Well, good afternoon, Bern, and welcome along to the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee, number 337, and province of Fife and Kinross, under the auspices of the Grand Lodge of Scotland. And it gives me the greatest of pleasure to welcome you all to our second annual Masonic Esoterica Lockdown Symposium. Bern, this came out of our weekly lockdown lecture series that we've been running every week for the last 98 weeks since the beginning of the global pandemic in March 2020. And we had a couple of esoteric speakers join us, and for the majority of our audience, some of the subject matter was respectfully above their heads, and the weekly audience was more generic Masonic history. And we felt last year at this time that we should pull together a dedicated symposium looking at esoterica. Last year we delved into Rosicrucianism, and this year it's more with the speakers that we've got more to do with some of the Eastern mysteries. There's a very close connection to the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee with our first speaker, and the topic that he's going to speak about. But before I introduce him, I do need to go through some housekeeping with you all. As per the Grand Lodge of Scotland guidance, can we ask you, where possible, to keep your video running? If you do have bandwidth challenges, Brian, just drop me a little message in the chat room. This is being recorded and will be shared on our YouTube channel, Brian, and it will be available thereafter. We do have Masonic Bren from all around the world with us, and there will be an opportunity to ask each of our speakers some questions after their presentation. But to ensure that we keep to time, Bren, I would ask that the questions are put into the chat box and I will pose them to them, and hopefully that will help with any language barriers and also help to keep us on time. That being said, Brian, it gives me the greatest of pleasure as the current master of the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee, to welcome you all along here this afternoon for our second annual Masonic Esoterica conference. And without any further ado, it gives me the greatest of pleasure to welcome back to the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee one of our good friends, Brother Stewart Clelland, who's going to tell us a little bit about the esotericism of Sir Richard Francis Burton, who, Brian, was a member of the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee. Stewart is a teacher of philosophy and religious studies in and around the northeast of Scotland. He holds a master's degree in Western esotericism and further education in religious, moral and philosophical studies. I know you told me what that stood for. Postgraduate Diploma in Education, I believe, Stewart, if my memory serves me, as well as a Bachelor of Arts with honours in Fine Art and Philosophy. Stewart's research background is centred on esoteric spirituality and the practice of heterodox religious traditions, with a particular interest in marginalised and persecuted religious communities, both historical and contemporary. His passion for the advancement of spiritual diversity, the study of initiatic practices and the pursuit of religious liberty has led him to lecture throughout Scotland and beyond. And it's a great pleasure to welcome you back here, Stewart, to the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee. The virtual floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Right Worshipful Master. Bern, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It's a great pleasure to be back here, and it's a great pleasure to be talking about this subject. The short talk I'm going to give this morning, or this afternoon, is on a supposed member of the Lodge, and I'm not going to delve too much into the Masonic side of Richard Francis Burton, but I'm going to look at his ideas on mysticism and esotericism, especially his influences when he was stationed in Pakistan, in Kurrachee, where the lodge that were gathered here today originally was founded. And I'm going to be discussing some of his ideas to do with Sufi mysticism. Now, before we go into that, I think it would be helpful if I maybe laid out some background on what esotericism is, and maybe give ourselves a working definition to help with the whole symposium today. I'll just be a second, Brian, get this up and running. Okay, brethren. So as you can see, the discussion today that we're going to start off with is on the esotericism of Sir Richard Francis Burton, a titan of the Victorian age. You can't overestimate the influence of this man in Victorian culture. He was famous in his own lifetime as an explorer, as a scholar, even as a spy, a Sufi, and a soldier. His most famous work was, of course, his translation of the 1001 Arabian Nights, but he was also the translator of erotic texts such as the Karma Sutra, and he was very much a man who was controversial and perhaps even at odds with the kind of restricted and conservative opinions and culture of Victorian Britain. What I'm going to be speaking about today is his own personal philosophy, his ideas, and his experiences with religion and mysticism. For Richard Burton, travel was one that involved esoteric, magical, and spiritual encounters. He often went around the world, it was initiated in and became part of many different magical and mystical orders, all of which he kind of bundled together into his own kind of unique way of thinking. Not only was he a man who travelled across the world, he was also a man that was very much interested in science and technology. He's living at a time when the first kind of means of mass communication and long distance communication is starting to come into effect. He really starts to try and bring together his ideas of religion and science, and hopefully I can explore some of that today with you. Before we continue on, I thought we might start off. We'll look at this quote that from one of Burton's early published works, and you can see here he mentions Lodge Hope of Kurrachee in this actual book. He mentions that now you see the west end of Kurrachee, where the staff lines are, where great men dwell, and where His Excellency the Governor or the Commissioner, as the case may be, hold his little court. That strange-looking building without windows is the Freemasons' Lodge, the Gadoo Gour, or the Magic House, as the natives call it, considering the respectable order, a band of sorcerers who meet in their, I'm not entirely sure of the Greek word, to worship Shaitan and to concert diabolical plans and projects against Allah's chosen people themselves. This is a vulgar idea. So there we have a first-hand account of the lodge in Pakistan in the early 1850s, 1860s. The locals referred to it as a magic house. Burton himself would say that this is a vulgar idea, that some kind of magical sorcery was happening. But for Richard Francis Burton, he's seen Freemasonry and the Sufi order that was prevalent all over the Islamic world is one and the same. And that's what we're going to look at today. Before we go into that, and before we start talking about esotericism, in particular, Richard Burton's esotericism, I think it's important maybe that we lay down the framework of what we actually mean by that word, because it can mean many things to many different people. And I think a working definition that might help us today is by the famous historian Anton Favre, who recently died in the last few weeks. He was a professor at the Sorbonne in France, and more than any other scholar, he really set the boundaries of the academic study of Western esotericism. And I'm going to start today by just giving some of the boundaries that he gave to try and describe what esoteric philosophy is, or an esoteric worldview. For an esotericist, there is a profound connection between the world and creation, between God, the cosmos, and man. Or, in the words of Hermes Trismegistus, he who contemplates himself with his mind knows himself and knows the all. The all is in man. For esoteric philosophy, they see the universe within the human body, as above, so below. Throughout the ages, people have experienced and testified to this interconnection between the visible world and God, and Freemasonry is only one manifestation. However, many people throughout the ages that have expressed these ideas have been marginalised, even killed, their books banned, and even burned. A great many people have died or been persecuted over the last 2,000 years for us to talk about these ideas today. Esotericism is a historical tradition. And in the West, it has its roots in a religious way of thinking that reaches right back to three great spiritual traditions known as Hermeticism, Gnosticism, and Neoplatonism. And the forms in which we understand them today all come out of the kind of Hellenistic Greek world about the first few centuries after Christ. So whilst we talk about the ancient mysteries, historically, they aren't that ancient. It comes from late antiquity. And these are the basis of the Western esoteric tradition today. Many occult and esoteric movements today all practice in one way or another some form of Hermeticism, Gnosticism, or Neoplatonism. It's from these spiritual traditions all later practices such as magic or alchemy or theosophy, Rosicrucianism, and ultimately Freemasonry are sprung. It's important to note, however, that most of these influences come from an indirect route. So that said, let's have a look at the first academic approach to Western esotericism. Antoine Favre titled this the structural approach, and basically he gave 6 fundamental characteristics. If you're looking at any philosophy or any organization or any worldview, and you want to label it as esoteric, or it labels itself as esoteric, it should have these 6 characteristics. So the first one is something he referred to as correspondences. This means basically that whatever philosophy or worldview you're looking at should teach or propagate an idea that there is a link between all things in the universe. Stars, planets, humans, animals, minerals, humors, states of mind, the elements, all these things are considered to have some kind of correspondence to one another. For example, in esoteric traditions, there's often a connection made between the metal silver and the moon. One can affect the other. This connection is not understood casually, but rather symbolically through the ancient idea of the macrocosm, i.e. the universe or the heavens being reflected in some way within the microcosm, the human body. And again, this is expressed in the Hermetic idea as above, so below. So, to clarify, any philosophy that says that the universe is in some way reflected within the human body meets the first characteristics of an esoteric philosophy. We would call that the principle of correspondences. Secondly, there's the idea of living nature. This is the idea that the cosmos is alive, that it's not just matter, that there is a complex living organisms that is a universe, and it's animated by some kind of living energy, a living soul, a world soul, an animus mundi. And this will become very important when we come to speak about Sir Richard Francis Burton. This idea that just as human beings have a soul, that nature too has a soul. And the magic is how we make the correspondences between the living parts of a natural world and the celestial world. Thirdly, there should be some kind of reference to the imagination and mediations. This is the idea that the imagination is in fact some kind of organ of sorts, a kind of organ of the soul. It is an organ that can perceive the hidden reality beyond the physical realm. So once again, if you have a philosophy that's somehow saying that within yourself you're able to see the reality of the physical realm, if you're able to use your imagination to penetrate the veil or pull back the veil of reality to see the true nature of things, you're on track to having an esoteric philosophy. These are the first 3 components. The next 3 is the idea of transmutation. Again, this is another fundamental part to Richard Burton's philosophy. This is the idea that things or people can change. They can be a second birth. So you might have heard of something like the Philosopher's Stone, where you take a base metal and it can be transformed to gold. Well, this is the same with human beings, that you can start as a rough ashlar and be put to a smooth. You can reach perfection. You can be reborn, a transmutation. Fifthly, the idea of concordance. And again, once again, we see this in Richard Francis Burton's philosophy, that all esoteric traditions are somehow linked. Okay, any philosophy that's saying that all ancient mysteries are somehow connected by some thread, such as Freemasonry, Kabbalah, tarot, alchemy, magic, if it all is supposed to be part of some kind of ancient theology, some Prisca Theologica, then again, you're probably on to something that's called an esoteric tradition. And finally, there's the idea of transmission, that this knowledge that's going to change people, this gnosis that's going to be a transformative experience, is passed down through a series of initiations. It's passed from master to disciple, or indeed master to apprentice. There'll be a chain of initiation that can go on for hundreds of years, and that chain of initiation is fundamentally important, that this knowledge is passed on from one to another. And often within certain esoteric orders, there'll be a grade structure which reveals different levels of knowledge or ideas. So according to Anton Fevre, any philosophy, worldview, tradition, or order that exhibits these 6 fundamental principles we can refer to as a esoteric tradition. So hopefully that sets the scene for what we're going to be talking about later on today, and gives us some kind of boundaries to clarify exactly what type of things we're talking about when we discuss esoterica. Now, esoteric ideas and philosophies often appear during periods of disruption, periods of breakdown in social norms. It's during this time of change and decline or transformation that new spiritual traditions appear. It is no coincidence that we are having this today within the midst of a pandemic. During any periods of disruption, any periods of great change or breakdown, this is where we see historically esoteric traditions come to the fore. Way back at the origins of esotericism that we have today, historically, when we're looking at Neoplatonism and Gnosticism, these are getting produced during a time where the Roman Empire is opening up globalization, urbanization, and multiculturalism, and it's producing a more personal approach to God. Again, there is no coincidence that there is a rise in interest within Freemasonry itself and esotericism. When we start to see the breakdown, when we start to see the reduction, when we start to see the disruption of established norms, people start to look for a more personalized approach to religion and to spirituality. And clearly we can see this today. This also happened during the late 19th century, the time of Richard Francis Burton's fame. When Europe at this time entered a period of sustained urban and industrial growth, combined with a breakdown in organised religion, we started to see an increase in occult and esoteric societies. This is a time when Charles Darwin is releasing The Origins of the Species. People are starting to doubt the accuracy, the historical accuracy of the Bible. People are starting to think differently about education, about philosophy, about technology. For the first time, we've got the communication from one continent to another. We're literally been able to transcend space and time. You're sending as we are doing today, brethren, talking to people in different timescales all around the world. What does that do to somebody whose life is completely dominated by ideas of the Sabbath or Jewish law or holy days of the week, when you can speak to somebody in real time who is at the other side of the world? So this starts to breed different organisations, such as in Scotland, we have the Societas Rosicrucia in Scotia. You've got things like the Theosophical Society, a proliferation of high degrees of Freemasonry, including Egyptian orders of Mishram, and the spiritualism, as you can see from the picture here. A great deal of interest starts to develop at this time about communication with other realms, just as people are communicating with countries at the other side of the world through Morse code and the telegrams. We're now looking at trying to communicate with the dead. trying to communicate with other realms. And it's within this context that we start to look at Sir Richard Francis Burton. He tries to explain spiritualism, technology, and the changing world about him based on his experiences in the East and his knowledge of scientific technology. So here we have Burton, a picture of him. This is taken shortly after, I think, he has been to Mecca on the Hajj, one of the first Europeans to make the holy pilgrimage to Mecca in disguise. He was one of the first Europeans to go inside Mecca and see the sacred stone of the Kaaba. He is known at the time as one of the most knowledgeable men in the world on Islam. He really could speak multiple languages. He was a soldier, he was an explorer, he was an adventurer, and he experienced firsthand many aspects of Islam that had never been experienced in the West before. Now, before I go on to introduce him, I would just like to draw your attention to the quote in the middle of the screen. This is his account of his initiation into the Sufi order, the Qadiri Sufi order in Kurrachee. A reverend man whose name I do not care to quote, some time ago initiated me into his order, the Qadiri, under the high-sounding name of Bismillah Shah, and after a due period of probation, he graciously elevated me to the proud position of a mushrid, or a master in the mystic craft. I was therefore sufficiently well acquainted with the tenets and practices of these Oriental Freemasons. So we can see here that, at least in Burton's mind, the Sufi order or the Sufi orders within Islam were comparable in his mind to Freemasonry in the West. That there were two halves of the same tradition, two halves of the same ancient wisdom. Richard Burton had been raised in France and Italy as a young man, where he learned multiple different languages before attending Trinity College in 1840. He was eventually expelled from Oxford in 1842 for his attendance at an unsanctioned horse race. Burton had become interested in the occult through a friend known as John Valley, who was a painter, an artist and astrologer, who introduced him to the mystical tradition known as Jewish Kabbalah. Burton says that he mentioned that one day Burton himself would become a great astrologer. Burton wrote that during his college years, he started to get into bad habits and reading occult texts such as Henry Cornelius Agrippa. His friend Valley had in fact been a close friend of William Blake, the famous poet and mystic. During this time, Burton is in high society with Valley, and they attend a salon with spiritualist practices happening there. The aristocratic groups of crystal ball gazers, tarot readers, and spiritualist seances. Burton was an avid attender at these, especially at the house of the Countess of Bleslington, who had the most elitist and aristocratic circle of occultists that would meet in her home. They would meet and they would consult through a crystal ball, and this was supposedly given to her by an Egyptian magician or Ottoman magician by the name of Nazim Pasha. The circle that met there was known as the Gore House Circle, and it's been described as a hotbed of crystal gazing in which an entranced medium would speak or read messages seen in a crystal or glass ball. Now, at this time, channeling or speaking to the dead or spirit guides was understood as a kind of place of congregation. It was a place where the entire British Empire, past and present, could meet. You were bringing people from all corners of the empire into the sitting room, and you were able to have an exchange with people from across the colonial divide. Button was a titan of the Victorian age and was acquainted early on with the social elites of 19th century occultism. And he crossed that colonial divide in very real and visceral ways. Whilst other aristocracy were at home looking into crystals, he was there in the field being initiated. He became known popularly as the very embodiment of Victorian globalization. For good or ill, he was often demonized as going native, which was the ultimate sin for any colonial gentleman at the time. It was through these shared mutual acquaintances he even became involved with a quite famous occultist and Rosicrucian known as Friedrich Hockley. Button was a decorated officer in the East India Company. He was a qualified interpreter of 6 Indian languages. His linguistic skills were legendary, translating numerous spiritual and erotic texts such as the Kama Sutra, the Perfume Garden, and of course, the 1001 Arabian Nights. But it seems clear that for Button, exploration involved or perhaps necessitated religious and even supernatural experiences. In India, he was inducted as an honorary Hindu Brahmin into the Naga Brahmin caste. He was initiated as a Sikh in Kurrachee, and he also became an initiate into the Qadari order of Sufism sometime between 1847 and 1849. It's been suggested that Button had probably more knowledge of the religion and practices of Islam than any person alive at the time in the West. His adult life has been described as a ceaseless quest for secret knowledge, which he called gnosis or Gnosticism. Button's biographer has written that he hoped to uncover the very source of existence and his meaning, the meaning of his role on Earth. He was after the mystical heights that have been denied to all but select Sufis, as he understood it. He was interested in attaining something, an earlier Sufi idea known as Zani Kamil, or the perfected man, the perfected Ashla. As one of the foremost Islamic scholars at the time, he was well versed in this idea of the Zani Kamil, the perfected man. It was building on earlier ideas from a famous Sufi mystic called Ibn Arabi, who had elaborated on this idea of the perfect human. He said that a man was a reflection of God, and he could go through certain ecstatic and challenging ceremonies that were both moral, ethical, and metaphysical to elevate himself into a perfect being, a transmutation, as we mentioned earlier. Ibn Arabi compared man as a reflection of God. Man was a reflection of the divine. Man is a mirror wherein appears the inverse reflection of truth, the divine reality. Man is a reflection of God, and therefore, through self-conscious effort, man can perfect himself in a divinely transformative self-manifestation. This is what Button had learned from his time in the Sufi order. And there's often a famous quote attributed to Richard Button that tries to paint him as something of an atheist. But given his Sufi background and the concept that I've just described, it gives us a new insight into what Button actually meant when he says, "I am convinced that man never worshipped anything but himself." Of course, for Button, man is God. As we'll see, this will become a major influence in Button's ideas. So, as a explorer, it was important to him that he blurred both the edges of the map and the edges of the soul. You'll see on the screen here, this is Button's Sufi Diploma from when he was initiated into the Qadari Sufi order, something that doesn't normally happen in Sufism. It's perhaps Button himself trying to legitimize it to an audience that were used to initiatic orders having many, many different certificates. Button was also a spy. He was also an agent of the British Empire. There are some who say that his explorations in different corners of the world were to enhance or protect the interests of the empire. He was involved in something known as the Great Game, which was a kind of Cold War with the Russian Empire over Afghanistan and Tibet at the time. He was a master of disguise, as someone who was one of the first Europeans to make the Hajj to Mecca. He had disguised himself convincingly as an Arab, as a Muslim, and was able to make the treacherous travel all the way across the Arabian desert, at any moment be at risk of being killed for being a non-Muslim. The penalty was death. He was able to do that because he cherished an idea known as taqiyya. This is a Shia Muslim practice of concealment, of keeping your own beliefs hidden. Now, this idea of concealment or hiddenness, occultation, in fact, both figuratively and literally, were a huge part of Button's beliefs. Hiding in plain sight were a thing that really comes through in Button's philosophy all through his life. This might be to do with the Muslim idea of taqiyya, or it could be to do with his beliefs of keeping the interests of the empire. But either way, it makes understanding his philosophy somewhat difficult because he is magpie-like in his writing. Sometimes he can contradict himself. Sometimes this could be done on purpose as a way to keep his reputation, or as a way to try and keep his Muslim Sufi oaths. And either way, we know that his spirituality is generally theosophical, in as much as he held a holistic worldview that was based on correspondences and natural living nature, as we mentioned at the beginning of the talk. So what does this all actually mean for Button's esotericism? Well, in a paper from 1878, he describes how he sees the world. He's pretty plain in this paper, and he calls it Spiritualism in the Eastern Lands. And in this paper, he first delivered it to the Spiritualist Association in Victorian London. There is a whole audience there who are desperate to hear his points of view on it, and he gives his worldview. What Button believes in is a force in the universe that he terms as zoo-electric force, or zoo-electricity, which seems a strange title, but I'll explain it and hopefully it'll make a bit more sense. As far as Button is concerned in this paper, all the spiritualists, all the magic, all the alchemy, all the ghosts and seances, all the esotericism is really a material thing. He says that he believes in spiritualism, but without the spirits. What he says is that there is a reality in genuineness to spiritualist and occult phenomena, a great deal of which he has personally experienced throughout his travels. But he places their causes not with the spirit world, but in a mysterious yet entirely natural energy that he calls zoo-electric force. What he does is reformulate an idea that was previously popular, known as animal magnetism. And this was common within a movement known as mesmerism. What Button does is take an earlier idea that throughout the universe there is a certain vital fluid or a vital energy. And he mentions that this is within all human bodies and the universe. He talks about the world soul, and that through certain activities, the vital spark or the vital fluid within human beings can somehow merge with the prevailing world soul, which he says flows like a vital energy. So in many ways, it's about building an energy within that taps into a wider universal energy. But this is a natural substance, a natural thing, like electricity before electricity was discovered. He discusses in this paper his experiences with the holy men and yogis of India. He says that through a proper discipline and certain aesthetic practices, such as long continued suppression of the breath, one can harness this zooelectric force within and achieve a transformative state, a gnosis, that will elevate one towards a perfect intercourse with the world soul or the universal soul. And this will make them become invisible, and it will make them become the Asani Akamil, the perfect man. It's going to transform a human body into a perfect being. In the same way as alchemy or the philosopher's stone took a base metal and turned it to gold, the zooelectricity, the animating force of the universe, can do that to a human body. Button believed that there was a possibility of acquiring during life supernatural powers, and it would be done through the correspondences of the natural fluid in man and the natural spirit or world soul that prevails all. For Button, the spiritualists, occultists, and esoteric Freemasons of Victorian England were all exhibiting this type of natural zooelectric force. There was no ghosts, there was no spirits, it was all an undiscovered natural source of energy. This is an early engraving of the idea of animal magnetism going back into the 18th century, that under hypnosis, that you were somehow able to connect with this unifying force, and through that, amazing phenomena could occur. And for Button and his experiences with the Sufis in Pakistan, who were able to do extraordinary feats of human endeavor, they were able to go through extreme rituals of pain, that they were somehow tapping in to this unifying force, that the human body could somehow tap into the world soul, the microcosm, macrocosm. So this is a quote from that paper that helps really illustrate the esotericism of a member of this lodge. These austerities affect the yoga or union between the particle of vital spirit residing in the body and that which, being the source and essence of creation, pervades all nature. In fact, the anima mundi, or the soul of the world. So zooelectric, obviously, zoo, animals, animus, animating principles. The animating mundi, the soul or the animating principle of the world. He can render himself invisible and animate a dead body by transferring his spirit or zooelectric force onto it. He can attain all objects and become equally familiar with the past, the present, and the future. Finally, he can be united with the sources of life, the archeal soul of the world, the universal soul of Plato, the astral light of the Kabbalists. He now consequently escapes the pains and penalties of metapsychosis. The yogis are mostly strong in zooelectric force, but Mr. Crook's instrument has proved to be as material as any other. His application evidently dates from the earliest ages and is by no means confined to the nobly born and the civilized races of man. I may also state that in my own case, the practice began naturally, long before I had the benefit of books and teachers. For Richard Button, he believed in a spiritualism without spirits. He believed that magic, mysticism, alchemy were all part of some kind of scientific energy that could be utilized through yogic exercises, through feats of athleticism, through struggle, through training, and this would somehow build within them a link between the body and the world soul. When Sir Richard Francis Burton died, and he was laid to rest in a Catholic funeral, his body was discovered to contain hundreds of scars and welts from continuous self-mortification. Clearly, he saw his explorations, his difficulties in the deserts, his combat as a way of building his own spirituality, as a way of lifting himself up towards the world soul and achieving a form of perfect human endeavor, a way of perfecting the body beyond its natural limits. He spent many years of his later life devoted to Islam, devoted to Eastern religions and esotericism. He's a fascinating character whose philosophy is much under researched, and I'm hoping today, brethren, that these few comments that I've put forward bring interest and research into the life of a most extraordinary man. Thank you, brethren.
Brother Stewart Clelland, thank you so much for being our opening speaker here at the second annual Lodge Hope of Kurrachee Lockdown Masonic Esoteric Symposium. And I think it's very fitting that you brought to life for everyone here today one of our members, and arguably our most famous member of our lodge. And I think we're very proud that we are able, in some small way, to continue the traditions and the researches that he did, and our new guys as a lecture research lodge under the Grand Lodge of Scotland. Bern, I see we've got lots of people telling us how warm it is in Sydney and how cold it is in New York, and all I can tell you is that I'm someplace closer to New York in terms of temperature out in my garage here. But do we have any questions for Brother Stewart? Alan Turton comments that, Stewart, that was superb. Thank you. And John Belton comes in with a comment. Around this time, there were many who brought the East back. Many settled in Woking, where they built the Shah Jahan Mosque, Ahmadiyya sect. There's Angel just arriving. Alan Keegan, Stewart, as a question for you. What do you think Mr. Burton would think about ISIS and related militant Islam, without getting too deep into the politics of that?
I think he would admire struggle. I think he admired conflict. I think he admired dedication to a cause. I think he was a critic of the British Empire, although he was an agent of the British Empire. I think that he would have had quite a lot to debate regarding their interpretation. I think he would have been appalled at the attack on other Muslims. He was clearly a man who understood that many more religions have things in common than they have in difference. And I think that he would have been appalled at the cowardice of some of the acts of these militant groups. He was clearly a man who saw himself as an enlightened warrior, and I doubt he would have seen the actions of these groups as enlightened.
Okay. Thank you, Stewart. Abhishek needs to leave us. He's on a presentation at his Mother Lodge, but he comments, thank you for this amazing presentation. And Stewart, I think I would just like to echo that sentiment from Abhishek, from us all here around the screen at the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee. And thank you for keeping us bang on time for this, because this is one of the most challenging things I've got to do this afternoon, is trying to keep us moving ahead. With that in mind, it's a great delight to welcome along our second speaker, Brother Angel Millar, who I know has just joined us, and I can see you there, Angel, with your headphones on. That's great. Thank you for coming along and being our second speaker. Angel is the author of the 3 Stages of Initiatic Spirituality, Craftsman, Warrior, Magician, which explores the 3 archetypes from their appearance in ancient tribal society through ancient Greek thought, Buddhism, Hinduism to martial arts, Kundalini, Tantra, inner alchemy and psychology. Angel is also the author of several books on the history of Freemasonry and a well-known lecturer on the subjects of self-mastery, spirituality, and esotericism. New Dawn magazine has described his work as of extraordinary importance in this time of cultural and even spiritual conflict. In his review of the book, Mitch Horowitz stated, Angel Millar is among a golden handful of writers who authentically and practically bridge the gap between primeval wisdom and modern spirituality. And I think those comments just show how lucky we are to have the quality of speakers that we've been able to attract to our lockdown symposium. Without any further ado, it gives me the greatest of pleasure to welcome Brother Angel Millar to the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee and pass over the virtual floor to you, sir.
Thanks very much. Just had a, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Good sound.
Okay, that's good. Just out of curiosity, who was Stewart Clelland talking about as I joined?
He was talking about Sir Richard Francis Burton.
Oh, okay. Just curious.
And he was a member of the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee, Angel.
Oh,
one of our original members when we met out in the province of Sindh. From we came out of a travelling military lodge of the 32nd Cheshire Regiment, and we were the first Scottish lodge to be consecrated in the Indian subcontinent, and we're very proud of those connections.
Wow,
and with Francis Burton's spirituality and his esotericism, it's very fitting that we opened this year's symposium with Stewart and his researches into Burton.
Yeah, great, awesome, excellent. Just curious, but fantastic, and I'm even more happy to be here hearing that. Thank you for inviting me. It was a surprise, but I'm glad I could join. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some connections and between not between Islam and Freemasonry per se, but between sort of radical Islamic thinkers and a couple of the more radical, spiritually inclined Freemasons and quasi-Freemasons. And it's been a while since I've written on this subject, but hopefully I can do my best. And if you have any questions after that, feel free to ask. So you mentioned Richard Burton already, and of course he was a big influence on the way that Aleister Crowley and several other sort of spiritual quasi-Masons saw spirituality in their day. And you know, it's curious how the more esoteric alternative spirituality has been shaped over the years. And, you know, if you look at Freemasonry itself, you find that it draws in all kinds of influences. In the 18th century, of course, alchemy, Hermeticism. Later in the 19th century, you find actually runes beginning to sort of filter in, and Germanic mythology, influenced by the operas of Richard Wagner in Germany, of course. And one of the more curious and lesser known influences on Freemasonry from the 19th century is Islam, especially Sufism. But before I get into that, I just wanted to turn back a little further in time to 1726 to an expose called The Grand Mystery Laid Open. And it kind of, it neatly brings together a lot of these weird influences. It mentions Kabbalah, it mentions Jesus, but it also has a Islamic element as well. Leaving the Islamic element aside for a moment, the expose reads, how many signs has a true Freemason? 9, which are distinguished into spiritual and temporal. How many temporal signs are there? 3. Have the 6 spiritual signs any names? Yes, but they are not divulged to any new admitted member because they are Kabbalistic or Kabbalistic. Who is the Grandmaster of all lodges in the world? INRI. What is the meaning of that name? Each distinct letter stands for a whole word and is very mysterious, unquote. And INRA normally being translated as Jesus, King of the Jews, of course. right there you have this sort of references to Kabbalah, to sort of Kabbalistic geometria, and to Jesus as a king of the Jews. However, the expose goes on to say, who is your founder? God and the square. What is God called? Layla illallah. And Layla illallah seems to be a corruption of the Islamic Shahada, Layla illallah. And it goes on again to say, who was the first Mason? Layla illallah. Who invented the secret word? Chechhabedin Jetmuni. What is it? It is a Kabbalistical word composed of a letter out of each of the names of Layla illallah, as mentioned in the Holy Bible. So, have this sort of strange fusion of the Bible and this sort of weird reference to the Islamic Shahada in 1726. And this mention of Chechhabedin Jetmuni, Muhammad Yatim, who's a Sufi Muslim and Freemason in America, has suggested that name is a reference to the Islamic Neoplatonist philosopher Al-Surawadi. And certainly, if that is correct, it certainly is in keeping with Freemasonry, and it's a very strange and curious and intriguing detail, because Al-Surawadi was known as the philosopher of light. And he described God or Allah as the light of lights. And of course, in Freemasonry, you have all of these references to light, the three great lights of Masonry, or the three lesser lights, seeking light, or further light, or more light. And so it's very much in keeping with the sort of Masonic symbolism, although it is intriguing to see that in such an early expose. And I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that Freemasonry has an Islamic root. Of course, there have been people that have suggested that, but I think when it comes to theories about the origins of Freemasonry, we have to bear in mind that there have been at least hundreds, if not up to 1,000 different proposed origins of Freemasonry: the Druids, the Knights Templar, other Crusader orders, ancient Egypt, the Royal Society, the Rosicrucians, the Alchemists, the Druze in the Middle East, the Norse, or the Vikings, which is intriguing and fascinating, but probably among the craziest, since they weren't really renowned for building. So, one has to take this claim of Sufi origins with a pinch of salt. And I personally don't think that's the case. I think you can clearly trace the roots of Freemasonry back to medieval Britain, England, and Scotland. Although there may have been, certainly there were some influences between Islam and Christianity on, for example, St. Thomas Aquinas. But as a direct influence, I don't think so. But moving forward in time, Islam becomes important really in the 19th century as far as Freemasonry is concerned, partly because it starts initiating Muslims, some of them are influential, and partly because Islam itself, particularly Sufism, starts to become a new influence on the higher degrees, or on sort of the creation of new rites or new orders, such as the Order of Ishmael in Great Britain, and the Shrine in America. I don't know if you have the Shrine in Scotland, but so the Shrine, do you know what the Shrine is? Yeah, so the Shrine in America now, it's regarded as sort of like a society for Freemasons who want to have fun and be frivolous and give money to charity. But originally, there seems that there was some kind of Sufi influence and some attempt to translate Sufi texts into sort of more Masonic terms. The ritual itself draws on Islamic history. But certainly there are elements of the 19th, 20th century that are not particularly serious. But at one point, it seems to have been a little more of an attempt to have a real kind of translation of Sufism into terms as we would understand it. It wasn't the only society that was influenced by Islamic symbolism or mythology or history, it should be said. I've mentioned the Order of Ishmael. There was another society which you might be less aware of in Great Britain, called the Mystic Order of the Veiled Prophets of the Enchanted Realm. It's sometimes thought of as a poor man's Shriners because they wear black fezzes instead of red fezzes. It actually has its origins going back as far as 1889 when Hamilton Lodge in New York founded the Fairchild Deviltry Committee, which was a kind of a little society that they founded, and then later on they wrote a ritual which was based on Thomas More's poem La La Rook, and created this the Mystic Order of the Veiled Prophets of the Enchanted Realm, often called the Grotto for short. I think you can see why. But this drawing on More's La La Rook the ritual is based around a prophet in Tehran. So it kind of sneaks into Freemasonry, into what we might regard as mainstream Freemasonry or regular Freemasonry. But as I said, Freemasonry also had an impact on Muslim intellectuals as well. And just to mention a couple, it gets quite complicated, but for example, Abdul al-Qaeda al-Jaziri, who was a resistance fighter, and he was also the inheritor of the Qadiriya Sufi order in Algeria. He lived from 1808 to 1883 and was fighting the French in 1830 when they invaded Algeria, of course. Later on, he was arrested and taken to Paris, where he lived for a period. He actually wrote quite a lot there and contributed at least one article to I forget the name of the exact name of the society, but essentially the Oriental Society in Paris on Christian-Muslim relations. And later left for and moved himself and his entourage to Damascus with permission of the French government. And in 1860, there was a riot, and Muslims were, to put it bluntly, began to attack the Christians of Damascus, and Al-Qaeda, al-Jaziri, intervened, put a stop to this. And partly it was kind of motivated along very practical lines. He didn't want this to occur, fearing that there would be an invasion, as there was in Algeria by European powers. But in protecting the Christians of Damascus, he was sent all kinds of awards from monarchies across Europe. And Henry IV, a Masonic lodge under the Grand Orient, also contacted him and really, in a sense, tried to persuade him about the benefits of Freemasonry, and that it was an ethical society, the brotherhood of man, and so on. And later in 1864, I believe it was, he actually joined the lodge in Cairo by proxy, and was a member for only a brief time, it should be said. He became disillusioned with Freemasonry after Henry IV Lodge started writing to him, suggesting that it would be good for him to promote Freemasonry in the Middle East. And his response was that it was not, the ground was not prepared for Freemasonry in that society, and that it shouldn't be pushed. Another, arguably the most important let's say, Muslim intellectual radical to join Freemasonry is Jamal Adin Al-Afghani, and he was active in Cairo in the latter half of the 19th century, where he was really sort of agitating against the European powers, trying to get better conditions for native Egyptians who are working for the government, but being paid half the amount as Europeans over there. And really, he's best known today for being the father of pan-Islamic ideology, which, of course, in its most radical forms would be something like the terrorist group Al-Qaeda today. But he wasn't advocating terrorism per se. His idea was, and he was certainly not alone in this. There were other Muslim intellectuals who felt this, that the Islamic world should unite, should adopt the best of what the West had to offer, so reason, science, and then use that to push out the Western powers. And this seems to be pretty reasonable. You wouldn't really want people of a foreign country running our affairs, obviously. But that idea was not unusual, but it was certainly an idea that Al-Afghani was promoting. In his early life, he's a controversial figure, not even in the world of Islam, not least of all because he joined a Masonic lodge, but although he presented himself as a devout Sunni Muslim, if you look at his early life, he spent most of his time with free thinkers and radicals of various sorts, and not only with Muslims, but with various Christians and people of non-denominations. He was friends with a Catholic priest from North Mesopotamia who published his own journal. And he was also briefly acquainted with another figure called Mirza Malcolm Khan. And Malcolm Khan lived from 1883 to 1908. And he was initiated into Freemasonry, I believe in France. Yes, Iranian into under the Grand Lodge of Sincere Amity in Paris. And he went back to Tehran and tried to establish his own society, Malcolm Khan, based on Freemasonry, called the Faramash Khana, or the House of Oblivion, or the House of Forgetting. And I'll just read briefly what he says. He said, quote, "I went to Europe and studied there the religious, social, and political systems of the West. I learned the spirit of various sects of Christendom and the organization of the secret societies and Freemasonries. And I conceived a plan which should incorporate the political wisdom of Europe with the religious wisdom of Asia. I knew that it would be useless to attempt remodeling to attempt a remodeling of Persia in European forms, and I was determined to clothe my material reformation in a garb which my people would understand, the garb of religion, i.e. the Muslim religion, of course." And so, what he's saying is he's has taken the structure of Freemasonry, it's taken some of the ideas of the West, reason, science, so on, and was trying to promote this as coming from Islam. I know time is short, so I'll just very briefly mention Fringe Masonry, so we can talk about Crowley a little bit. Another figure you may have heard of is William Henry Quillian, again, late 19th century. He was one of the first converts to Islam in Great Britain, and formed his own publishing house, an Islamic society in Liverpool, where he was a solicitor by trade, and published a couple of journals. One of them was The Crescent, obviously of an Islamic nature, despite Muslims being a very small community in Britain at that time. And he was actually given the title of Sheikh al-Islam for Great Britain by the Ottoman Empire. Again, there would not have been very many Muslims in Britain at that time, but nevertheless, it's something that the Ottoman Empire would give you such a title, and they also funded his projects. And Quillian, you may be aware of the name. Quillian was active in promoting Islam and in combating negative press, which was fairly rampant at that time. And but he also was not only a regular Blue Lodge Freemason, I believe he had a pretty high position in the Grand Lodge at one point, but he also was involved with Fringe Masonry. He was involved in the Swedenborgian rite of Freemasonry, and he founded his own ancient order of Zuzimites, which sounds like something out of Monty Python, but was a real society for a few decades. And it's curious that the ritual for the ancient order of Zuzimites draws on ancient Egypt, so pharaonic Egypt. So you have Isis, Osiris, and Set, but they've been totally secularized. And so instead of it being Osiris the god, it's Captain Osiris, and the mythology has changed. And to briefly sum up the mythology, the Virgin Truth, Isis, is kidnapped by the enemy, Set, and she is taken, and for some reason she is put in a well, and Captain Osiris has to go and rescue Isis, the Virgin Truth, from the well. And I'm not sure why a well, and Quillian was a Sunni Muslim, but it is at least an intriguing point tangentially that in Shiite Islam, there's this notion of the Mahdi who is residing in a well in Iraq and will rise up at the end of time and will lead the faithful as the world collapses around him. So I'm just briefly, because I know we only have a few minutes, briefly, I'm just going to mention Aleister Crowley. How could we not mention Aleister Crowley, one of the most colorful quasi-Masons of all time? And I have here a facsimile edition of his Scented Garden of Abdullah, the satirist of Shiraz, undoubtedly Crowley's least known work. And it's a work of Sufi influenced poetry. And in fact, he presented it as being from a Sufi who had lived hundreds of years before his own time. But it was really Crowley's writing. But in there, what makes it so curious, Crowley in this book of Sufi poetry, which was regarded as obscene in its day for its erotic content. Incidentally, if you read it, it's like reading a school textbook today. It's just completely dry and tedious. But there is one reference to boys' buttocks in there, which I guess was enough to make it obscene. So most copies were burned by customs and excise. But in there, he talks about Freemasonry as well, of course, of Sufism. I find this the most curious comment. He says, quote, "I cannot here discuss the curiously patriarchal systems of the mystic fraternity in vogue among Muslims, if only because I am a Freemason," unquote. And so he seems to be saying that there's some kind of connection between Freemasonry and Sufism, as if they're the same thing, or one is a translation of the other, or they're the same fraternity in some respects, which is not an entirely unusual claim. It's sometimes aired today. I think it's wrong, but certainly you can draw parallels between the two. Just to end with on this note, Crowley's best known work, or maybe not his best known, but his holy book, Crowley, I think it was in 1902, received a vision. So this angelic being appeared to him in essence and recited to him this text called the Book of the Law, or Liber Alvel Legis. And you may notice the strong parallel to Muhammad receiving the Quran over a space of 25 years there. And when you read Liber Alvel Legis, there are some curious similarities, although it would be extremely blasphemous and offensive to any believing Muslim. There are some curious points of connection. He mentions the Qibla, which is referring to the direction of Mecca. He mentions that in there in a different context. But even when you read the text, some of it, for me, sounds like someone who misremembered parts of the Quran. So it says in the Book of the Law, for example, to sacrifice a heifer, a cow, neither too old nor too young. Whereas the Quran says sacrifice cattle, little or big. So to me, it sounds like someone who's misremembered the Quran. And it should be pointed out that just before Crowley received this revelation, he was actually studying the Quran with a Sufi sheikh and memorizing some of the chapters. Interestingly, the order that he says he was studying with is called the Sidi Isawa, whereas the holy guardian angel who dictated this Book of the Law to Crowley was called Aiwas. And noticeably, Aiwas is an anagram of Isawa. It's more or less exactly the same spelling, just in different order. So there are all these strange connections between these radical Muslim thinkers and radical spiritual Masons and quasi-Freemasons, such as Aleister Crowley, from the late 19th century through the first couple of decades of the 20th century. But I know we don't have long. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Brother Angel Millar, on behalf of us all here, thank you so much for taking us on that journey and introducing us to so many interesting characters. And we certainly do have some questions for you in the chat. So if I can just scroll back to them, I'll pose them to you. So John Belton asks, Angel, I have wondered for some time if those strange aspects of the early text were from or influenced by the Duke of Wharton, who was also famous due to the Gormagans and the Chinese influences. Do you have any thoughts on that?
The strange influence on what, sorry?
The Gormagans and the Chinese influences.
But on what society? Sorry, if you...
John, do you want to come in and pose it?
Right, okay. The Duke of Wharton was the Grandmaster of the Grand Lodge of England in 1723, and he was a radical and a spendthrift who had too much money, and he was virtually thrown out as a potential Jacobite troublemaker, but he went on to form the Gormagons, right? In which he had all these Chinese characters. And they come up in other degrees as well. And I just wondered whether he was playing around with other aspects of it, such as what came out in that whole institute. Was it the whole institution unmasked?
Yeah, I'm afraid I couldn't really say, to be honest. I've heard of the Gormagons, but that you know more about it than I do.
Yeah, it's just that Wharton was a very unusual character, and he dabbled in all these esoteric things from the East.
Right, yeah.
Okay, sorry, just thought I'd ask.
Hasu, I'd see your hands up, but I'll come back to you. But Hasu has a comment. The Crescent and the Compass is a great book by Angel Millar, worth a read.
Oh, thank you. That's very
Angel,
kind.
Stewart, who was presenting when you joined us, comes in. After Brother Millar finishes, I would like to share a short anecdote. Please do, Stewart. Please unmute and share your comment, Angel.
Thank you, Angel. That was an excellent presentation there. I just want to share something with the brethren that you picked up on. Was to do with the Shriners. The order as it is today seems to be considerably different from how it was envisioned, and this here is an engraving of the kind of early days of what was involved in the Shriners, and you can see there the fezzes are probably the only thing that's been transmitted down through the years. But what I wanted to share was just a connection with Richard Francis Burton. Burton actually met the founder, or one of the founders of the Shriners, alongside that other great esoteric thinker of the 19th century, Helena Blavatsky. Blavatsky was a runaway bride, and in her youth travelled over the east, over Egypt, with a young American explorer, Albert Leighton Rawson, who would go on to form or be one of the founders of the Shriners. And in Egypt, they actually met Richard Francis Burton. However, Blavatsky did not know this because Burton apparently was in disguise. And when Burton died, Rawson published a kind of obituary, personal recollections of his time in Egypt when he met Richard Francis Burton. And in bold there, I've just got a short description of what actually happened. Not long after that, then a pretty young grass widow, Blavatsky, fresh from Russia, bear with me, met with them in the same serpent chamber. She went into ecstasy and over a performance with dancing and snakes and music and the surrounding actors. Rawson then goes on to describe how Burton put her under some kind of hypnosis, mesmerized her. I just wanted to share that with the brethren, that the Shriners, Blavatsky, Burton, it's all the same milieu at that time. And it's interesting just the impact of the East and the Islamic ideas were during the turn of the late 19th century on Freemasonry.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And it was great seeing that etching as well, by the way, because I'm sure you've seen illustrations from later on, and you can tell they're much more comedic, whereas that looks really serious.
Angel John Belton's also comments, Quillian was close to Yarker and Waite, all men of the same age. Alan Tutton poses a question: what's the connection between Masonry and Bektashi Sufism? Yeah,
so actually I do have a quote, and I mean, I think it's probably debatable what the connection might be, but certainly this was it was a claim that was made. Let's see if I can find it now. That's probably here. Yeah, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find it in time, but yeah, so the claims have been made that Bektashi Sufism is somehow connected to Freemasonry in Turkey and around that area. So I mean, I'm sure that the Masonic lodges were in certain times, and well, certain lodges anyway, were connected to Bektashi Sufism. Again, the shrine claimed to be a translation of Bektashi Sufism as well. And there was a very dubious character, Rudolf von Sabotendorf. He wasn't really an aristocrat, so he wasn't really entitled to the von part of that name. Who lived in Turkey and was initiated, I believe, into Memphis and Mizraim there, and then went to Germany before World War II and was promoting various mystical ideas. And he wrote a book called Old Turkish Freemasonry, which is it doesn't really relate to Freemasonry as we understand it. It's more sort of producing energy in your hands with certain grips. So I don't know how authentic it is. I suspect it's probably not that authentic. He was also an extreme nationalist, a German nationalist, by the way. There we are. But that might be what the individual is thinking of, because now people take that as being an authentic source. I'm not sure that it really is.
Okay, thank you, Angel.
Thank you very much for that.
Jesus, you want to come in with your question?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gordon and Angel, for that presentation. A couple of things. First, an observation is that the Victorians had a penchant for drugs, laudanum, all sorts of things. Half of the things that they go on with was probably under the influence of drugs and all sorts of other things. But
Yeah.
that aside, I was just going to ask you, because as Masons, we tend to try to attach everything to established religion. So whichever religion you come from, you try to attach Masonic ideas and the origins to that religion.
Yeah.
I find it interesting because the thing is, if you take out this established religions out of the equation and look at the tribal religions as such, I think, you know, you will find very much of the same process. You could attach the same concepts and ideas to that. How do you think we have progressed further away from sort of looking at established religions and looking at tribal initiations?
I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
What I'm trying to say is that because, you know, we talk about this established religion, Islam or, you know, Christianity or Hinduism, and we're trying to find associations within those to Freemasonry. Whereas if you go away from the established religions, you still find the same tenets and ideas and processes in tribal religions, you know, the sort of native religions, if you want to call them.
Yeah.
How do you think we can establish that sort of thinking away from the established religions? Is there a way of sort of converging the ideas together and creating a different thought?
Yeah, so you may just, after I comment, you may want to comment again, because maybe I'm not getting the right idea. But certainly, you know, Masonic thinkers have associated Freemasonry with non-mainstream religions. I mean, Rosicrucianism, obviously, but I don't know if that would be considered a tribal religion per se. But you know, for example, there's been the idea that it's connected to the Druze in the Middle East, and the Druids in Britain. I don't think this is historically true, by the way, but to the Druids, to the Vikings. Again, I don't think that's true, but certainly different thinkers have tried to make these connections, and you know, to some degree, you might get an influence in some Masonic orders or quasi-Masonic orders. So in one of the rites of Memphis and Mizraim, there's a degree where it's all based on Norse mythology, and they give you a runic cipher at the end. Obviously, that's not recognized by regular Freemasonry, but you find these ideas floating around. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, yes, it does actually, because you know you answered in a way that you know you can attach any Masonic idea to any symbolism in any society, you know, and so create a society of some sort, or idealism of some sort. But yes, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Hasu, for your question. Angel, our next speaker, Peter Taylor, quotes, "Well done, Angel, very interesting." And he goes on to say that you mentioned William Henry Quillian, and he comments, he had to leave the country in a hurry due to falling foul of the Law Society. He later returned as Professor Henri Marcel Lyon. Do you have any research on the second chapter of his life?
I don't actually. I didn't actually know that, so that's pretty fascinating.
Apparently, he told lies in a divorce case. He actually falsified some details in that case, and then he left the country before he was struck off by the Law Society, and then he later returned as this other individual, and I can't find anything about him, but apparently he did. So I don't know if he got back into Freemasonry or started up, in, you know, because he had he ran the mosque in Liverpool and things, you know. So I don't know what happened to this other individual, same individual, different name.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that. That's pretty fascinating.
And that's what we love to see when we've got our experts coming in and we're sharing more knowledge with them, so they can go away and piece out further parts of the jigsaw puzzle. Stuart, I'm not going to read all that out, but I will copy and paste that into the Facebook pages later. But Stuart's put some more recollections of Sir Francis Burton for us all to read in there as well, which is very much appreciated. And Angel, bang on time. Thank you so much for giving us your valuable time and coming and joining as part of our speakers for the second annual Lodge Hope of Kurrachee Masonic Esoteric Conference. It's very much appreciated you joining us. So you're more than welcome to stay and listen to the other speakers. So feel free to stay or leave at your convenience, sir. So thank you.
Thank you. And it was nice to visit Scotland this morning.
It's sunny as well outside, but it's very cold.
Great.
Brian, moving on, our next speaker is a brother that I'm delighted to call a friend. I think we've known each other for going on 30 years probably, Peter, since we were both relatively youngish Freemasons. I'll put you into my age group there, Peter. Peter is the past master of his mother lodge, Albert in Dundee, past master of the Research Lodge in the province of Forfarshire, Lodge Discovery. He's a past provincial Grand Secretary of his province, but more importantly, very recently, last June, he became the Provincial Grand Master of the Provincial Grand Lodge of Forfarshire. He's a very well-read and well-travelled brother, presenting lectures at home and abroad. And he's a member of most of the orders that we have here in Scotland. And I think more particularly for today in the esotericism side of it, he's a very active member in the Societas Rosicruciana in Scotia, where he is the Secretary, put my teeth back in, Peter, the Secretary General, and he holds the 9th grade. So with that short introduction to you, Peter, the virtual is yours, sir.
Right, I'm unmuted. Give me a second, brethren, and I'll share my screen with you. Hopefully everyone can see that. Yeah.
Yep, we can see that, Peter.
Everybody can see that and everybody can hear me. That's the thing. So this is an explanation of this painting that's been put together by Hieronymus Bosch. For anybody who doesn't know who Hieronymus Bosch is, I'll give you an introduction to him as well. Besides being an explanation of the painting itself, it's also an exercise in esotericism. In other words, how to look at something and how to interpret something. You might look at a symbol and it gives you an idea that you can look at certain things in different ways and interpret them in different ways. So Hieronymus Bosch, born Antonissen van Aken was his real name, born probably around 1450. We don't know exactly when he was born, but we do know he died on August the 9th, 1516. He was an early Netherlandish painter of the 15th and 16th century. Many of his works depict sin and human moral failings. He signed a number of his paintings as Bosch, pronounced Bos in Dutch. The name derives from his birthplace, which was Hertogenbosch, which is commonly known as Den Bosch. So Bosch uses images of demons, half-human animals, and machines to evoke fear and confusion to portray the evil of man. His works contain complex, highly original, imaginative, and dense use of symbolic figures and iconography, some of which were obscure even in his own time. In 1488, he joined the highly respected Brotherhood of Our Lady, which was an arch-conservative religious group of some 40 influential citizens of his hometown, Hertogenbosch, and there was about 7,000 outer members from around Europe. Sometime between 1479 and 1481, Bosch married Alet Goyerts van der Meerven, who was a few years older than the artist. The couple moved to the nearby town of Oreschot, where his wife had inherited a house and land from her wealthy family. An entry into the accounts of the Brotherhood of Our Lady records Bosch's death in 1516. A funeral mass served in his memory was held in the Church of St. John on the 9th of August of that year. So whatever he was highly respected and highly revered within that society, at least. But there was also a funeral mass held in his honor in the Church of St. John. So he must have been well respected within the local community. So just let me, right, so there he is, Hieronymus Bosch. We don't actually really know if that's what he looked like, but that seems to be the best interpretation that we can get from descriptions that we've got of the guy. Much of the work that I'm going to present to you has come from this guy called Lee Van Leer. He was born in Yonkers, New York. He's an artist, a musician, a photographer, a poet, a writer. He's currently one of the senior editors of Parabola magazine. And there's a whole list of blogs and Facebook pages, etc., which I'm quite happy to copy and paste into the chat a little later on. But he's done an awful lot of work of research into Hieronymus Bosch. So before I delve into the topic, it's worth noting that some knowledge of Bosch's work is assumed, but for the beginner, I'm sure this will provide interesting and be a good start to your studies. So the painting we're going to look at is that one, Hieronymus Bosch and the search for inner self. And this is an esoteric analysis of the painting from the collection of the Museum Boijmans van Beuningen in Rotterdam. So we don't know when it's painted, but it's around 1500. Zen master Dogen referred to his pupils who were just starting out as his monks on the path, or leavers of home. The term in Zen actually has a specific meaning, since it's the first step on a sixfold path that progresses from leavers of home to patch-robed monks, and then to aspirants having the flesh, blood, bones, or the marrow of the teaching. Each stage represents a progressive understanding of the spiritual path, very much like what depicts in Bosch's The Adoration of the Magi, another of his paintings. Although the iconographies are wildly divergent, the essential principles are exactly the same. A man passes through an identifiable series of stages of inner development, each of which is known. These are the qualities that take the measurement of who a man is in an inner sense. These qualities are reflected in how he appears and behaves outwardly. And this principle of the outer being a reflection of the inner quality, an essential doctrine of the Swedenborgs. This comes into play as we consider the strong connection between Bosch's works and the famous Middle German folk figure Till Eulenspiegel, whose presence is tangible in most of Bosch's great paintings. Eulenspiegel, or Mullah Nasser Eddin, represents early traditional versions of crazy masters, quotes crazy masters, the most recent example of which was a 20th century Tibetan master called Chogyam Trungpa. Some argue that Gurdjieff also fell into this category. It may at first glance seem absurd to refer phrases drawn from Zen practice to a Northern Renaissance painting, but the ideas behind such practice are emphatically universal. And in this instance, the comparison is entirely appropriate because Bosch has gone out of his way to construct a carefully considered allegory of the idea of a man setting out on the path to spiritual discovery, a leaver of home in the true esoteric sense of the word. As in all of Bosch's best paintings, the picture, as simple as it appears to be, is a narrative with a distinct flow and a story to be told. Like many other Bosch paintings, this piece is divided into realms of action and influence, but the artist has chosen, unusually, to divide the painting vertically rather than horizontally. The seeker stands between two worlds, placing himself between the earthly world of material life and the spiritual world of wisdom, penitence, and sacrifice. His direction is clearly established, yet he looks back over his shoulder at the world he is leaving behind. And this is no sentimental leave-taking. Our seeker is self-aware, confident, sure of his actions. The idea of standing between two worlds, heaven and earth, say, is an ancient one in esoteric traditions. The left side of the painting, which our seeker looks backwards at, represents the natural or material world. The house represents the ordinary inner life of man, the container in which his being resides, and the atmosphere, influences, and environment in which his life takes place. Because this section contains a good deal of detail, we're going to have a look at it in its discrete areas. The house appears to be an inn or a tavern. Now, I do apologize for some of the quality of these pictures. Without actually going to Rotterdam and taking a photograph of the original, I'm not going to get much more better quality. But on the flag hung outside, Bosch's flags often represent the influence at work in the area. There's a bagpipe flag, for example, in the Garden of Earthly Delights. Rather than indicating it as a house of ill repute, the symbol reminds us that earthly life is mortal and that we are travelers passing through life. Any residence the soul takes up is temporary. We might do well to remember that white ducks, spoonbills, and other water birds take on ominous aspects in the garden. There, birds of the water represent distinctly low creatures than birds of the air. In the garden, they gradually metamorphose into malevolent creatures. So, although this is a duck or something, you know, because it's a bird of the lower bird of the, shall we say, water birds or on the ground, they are seen to be malevolent as opposed to birds of the air. So the presence of a duck on this flag serves as a warning that all is not right in this environment. Inner corruption looms. Taken as a whole, it is a ramshackle place, barely habitable. A long pole which has apparently been hung to hang a jug upside down at the top of the house rests against the dilapidated eaves. Against all odds, this apparently irrational object has a likely explanation for its presence. The top of the house, representing the mind or inner judgment, is falling apart. And you can see the roof is falling in, and it's open to the elements. The upside down jug represents a finished process, also the pouring out of things of value, in other words, an inner emptiness. Hoisting it up to the top of the house, upside down, is an advertisement for, "I'm done here," it says loudly. Underwear or bloomers, in other words, intimate laundry, is hanging listlessly from the upper window, indicating that the laundry has been hung out to dry. Everything about the upper story says something is over, is finished. There is a caged bird hinting at stunted freedom and ambition hangs outside the house. Next to it, drunken lovers cavorte, indicating that pleasures of the flesh are the only pleasures available here. There is an empty, tapped-out barrel outside. That suggests that the things of value inside have been used up, and a woman also appears from a broken window. And a final comment on the degraded conditions of the homestead, there is a man urinating. He urinates against the side of the house, indicating its inherent worthlessness. Here, he's probably the man who slung the jug up on the roof, leaving its contents behind him in a final act of contempt. Here is one dark glint of Bosch's sense of humor. Enough of this place, he's telling us. We're out of here. Images of this kind leave us with little doubt that much of Bosch's humor is inspired by the traditional Middle German folk hero Till Eulenspiegel. Eulenspiegel means owl mirror in German. That is a reflected image in which we discover a higher form of wisdom. The implication is that the owl sees himself, owl mirror. That is, he discovers his own wisdom through the recognition of his own image. In other words, self-remembering. The lurking owls in nearly every one of Bosch's paintings are a direct reference to the higher consciousness and awareness embodied by his folk heroes' seemingly ridiculous actions, and his indisputable connection to the Sufi folk hero Mullah Nasser Eddin, and a particular favourite of Gurdjieff's. links into a long-standing tradition of esoteric knowledge expounded by seemingly foolish actions in people. Bosch's irreverent and bizarre sense of humor finds a comfortable and completely traditional home here, placing it firmly in the realm of teaching rather than tomfoolery. There's a mother pig and her piglets seeking food in an empty trough. Although the implication might seem to be one of gluttony, what Bosch is actually saying here is that there is no inner food available here. He also uses the white swine as a positive symbol in the garden of earthly delights. The white swine you can see just here, and I think I zoom in a wee bit. Earthly delight here, as she crops up again, unable to feed her piglets. The house, the yard, and the surroundings are all barren. There is no spiritual sustenance in the earthly life. So how do we know Bosch used white swine to represent the sacred? Well, this sounds a bit ridiculous. Yet Bosch confounds our expectations with one surprise after another, doesn't he? We may not quite know why he chose the swine. We only know he did. Here's the most holy figure there. This is slide 13. In a tantric circle from the Garden of Earthly Delights, and a little closer up. He's actually carrying a white crane and seated on the white swine, and this is meant to represent the holy tantric circle. There is a hound which lurks behind the wayfarer, appears to be possibly a malevolent figure, yet we know from another painting of his, The Adoration of the Magi, that Bosch uses the hound in the same manner as the unicorn tapestries to represent the quality of the hunter who seeks Christ. This particular dog may well have been a family pet belonging to the person who commissioned the painting. The spiked collar may be meant to suggest a fighting dog, one whose persistence is commensurately greater. So the wayfarer is perhaps thus marked as a man who has acquired the being needed to embark on a dogged inner quest for salvation. The center of the panel is presided over by our old friend, the owl, who invariably represents the presence of divine wisdom. Lest we wonder what influence acts throughout the painting, Bosch settles the matter here. Our seeker is under the watchful eye of the Lord, and this adorable little owl steadfastly peers in the direction the wayfarer must travel away from the rundown house of his old life and his ordinary being. A traveller cuts a rather dashing figure. Despite the apparent poverty of the circumstances of Gar, caught mid-stride, we are left with no doubt that he is on his way. To be sure, despite his average appearance, this is no ordinary traveller. Beginning, plate 17, going too far, beg your pardon. Beginning with his kit, he has prepared, he has carefully provisioned himself with the essential tools for an inner search. One of those highly improbable yet delightful Bosch moments, the traveller has the most extraordinary thing hanging from his bag. Of all things, a cat skin. Poor little kitty. This is particularly interesting because, in my eyes, it's almost certainly a visual reference to the expression, "There's more than one way to skin a cat." From what I can gather, the first known literary reference to this expression is from John Ray's collection of English proverbs in 1678. But the visual evidence here suggests the expression has earlier origins. This isn't perhaps particularly surprising. We can surmise that any folk expression worthy of being included in the record by 1678 has been in general circulation for many years, maybe even centuries beforehand. But the presence of the cat skin here implies that a traveller knows how to skin a cat. He is wise, he is resourceful, and he is, above all, he is flexible. The spoon above the cat indicates that he knows how to feed himself. This is important in light of the fact that the swine back at the inn face an empty trough. Our traveller, on the other hand, is probably equipped to acquire the sustenance he needs during his journey. The wicker basket serves multiple symbolic purposes. First of all, it indicates that our seeker has not yet unburdened himself of worldly baggage and concerns. He's not only weighed down by them, the straps across his chest tells us he is also restrained by them. And this clever device serves to hold him back visually, indicating that his literal attachment to worldly concerns will hinder him on his journey. The picture is, in other words, a realistic assessment of a man just setting out on his search for inner self. Our lever leaves home also carries a dagger. While we might expect any traveller to carry a defensive weapon, the dagger is in fact, to all appearances, the exact same dagger used to prop up the lid of the trunk in another painting, which is called the Death and the Miser. A close look at the identical and distinctive hilts between the two daggers confirms this. And since the painting is surmised to have been originally formed part of a diptych or triptych with the miser panel, the hypothesis that the dagger connects both the symbolic meaning and the two principal figures of the paintings becomes a powerful one. Same sword, same man. Both daggers, furthermore, are deployed in direct proximity to bags of money, underscoring their symbolic relationship. The dagger represents a cutting tool, a device that can discriminate, opening the contents of a man's inner life and exposing it for examination. The bag of money represents wealth, whether worldly or inner. The implications are the same. The difference here is that our wayfarer, the younger version of the miser languishing on his deathbed, has the inner wealth, his purse dangling from the outside of his garments and an exposed place where a cut purse or a thief might easily make off with it. Our miser, on the other hand, his inner wealth is firmly stored in a sturdy trunk. The headgear of both figures provide a bit of further visual support for the idea they bear a relationship to one another. Note the wayfarer's head is already covered, yet oddly, he holds an apparent superfluous second hat, which he has doffed. This is a sign of respect and submission. Let's recall in the painting The Adoration. The third magus doffs his hat, kneels and goes bareheaded. It's a sign of a wise man who has finally acquired some real inner as opposed to worldly wisdom. The circle with the awl struck through it indicates that the seeker has hit the mark. Here at once, in a single figure, we have a combination of three key stages of the inner search from the adoration: the doffed hat, the hound that seeks Christ, and the headgear of the penitent hermit. This combination locates the seeker's spiritual aspirations and accomplishments somewhere at the base of the tantric circle of development we see in the adoration, implying a versatility that has prepared him from the next stage, atonement and sacrifice, in the form of the bull, which we will come to. Our seeker is no pushover. He carries a shillelagh, a traditional walking and fighting stick made from sloe or blackthorn wood. The plant is known for its savage thorns and is generally used for creating hedges and to contain cattle. The stick implies that our seeker is a warrior of the spiritual path, and his two mismatched shoes imply an ability to improvise and adapt. It's interesting to note his left shoe is slipshod, but I've made no reference to Freemasonry. The bandaged leg indicates he's no stranger to struggles on the path, which he does not allow to slow his progress. And finally, we come to one of the most weird, delightful, and striking little details in this painting. In every way as extraordinary as the skinned cat. There is a foot of an animal protruding from the vest of the wayfarer. The fur and cloven hoof are strong indications that the foot is that of a deer. The theme of the huntsman as a seeker of Christ is present here once again. Christ being the heart of the forest. It underscores the seeker's quest, and the implications are interesting. It suggests that he has already acquired a hidden inner relationship with Christ, a secret he conceals from the world, but one that's kept close to his heart. Moving on to the sparsely decorated right-hand portion of the painting, Bosch intentionally depopulates the visual field. Our seeker is, after all, moving into the unknown, and the less definitions Bosch gives us here, the better. There are several important clues to what is going on, however, and one of them crops up in the tree above the action, not far from our little friend, the owl. It's a sneaky little detail, and one has to have pored over Bosch in length and in detail to understand just what he has done here. Here we find a chickadee in the same position as the exact same bird in the painting Garden of Earthly Delights. Now, since Bosch employs a consistent symbolic vocabulary, we can be sure that this bird conveys a symbolic meaning directly related to the bird in the Garden of Earthly Delights. The bird in the garden, depicted as an oversized creature of the imagination, represents a superstitious or imaginary belief in God and the afterlife. Shown here in life size, it represents an actual belief, that is, a belief based not on imagination, but a real inner understanding. Rather than hanging from a bone-dry, thorny branch from verdant greenery, that is, the ideas that support it are alive and growing. To the right of our seeker lies a style with a bull. The bull representing Luke, the evangelist, and the atonement and sacrifice of Christ is an indication of the path the seeker is on. He's destined to purify himself through suffering, but he isn't at that stage yet. A gate lies between him and that possibility. Like the miser's trunk, the gate is prominently marked with the sign of the Holy Trinity in the form of a triangle in the top left-hand corner. The right-hand timber of the triangle extends from the top to the bottom of the gate, symbolizing the fact that the Holy Trinity penetrates and influences all levels of effort one must pass through from the top to the bottom. The bull is the self-same bull we find in the adoration, located in the position on the path where sacrifice and purification is needed. And as usually the case with Bosch, the symbol is applied consistently with the same general meaning in both places. And in a final example of attention to detail and symbolism, the caged bird we saw on the left-hand side of the painting turns up here on the right side, free and uncaged, and symbolically at the other side of the gate. In summary, Bosch hasn't left any doubt as to what his meaning is here. A deft and intriguing summary of a seeker setting out on the path to inner truth. Assuming this painting was indeed a part of a larger work of which the Death and the Miser formed another part, it appears to be the keynote piece of a whole work consisting of an allegory about the man's inner search and his passage through life. In that case, we can hypothesize that Death and the Miser is the final chapter of that story, and that the man we see here, in fact, is a younger version of the Miser himself. Rather, that concludes my short talk on Bosch's painting, The Wayfarer. There are stacks more that you could get into on this. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'm happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Brother Peter Taylor, on behalf of us all here at our Masonic Esoteric Lockdown Symposium, thank you for introducing us to this painting, maybe new to some of us, and it certainly opens up the detail that is in artwork that we probably all miss when we walk around. It's there in front of us. So thank you for your time in bringing that painting to life. Just on a side note, Peter, I've actually worked in Den Bosch in a past life, a couple of meetings on occasion. And if I'd only known then what I know today, I could have maybe found out a little bit more about the chap. We do have a couple of comments and questions for you. Stuart Clelland comments, Sufi are often considered as wayfarers. So tying it back to what we've heard from our previous two speakers. Laurentia, quite interesting, the broken roof, the bird in the cage. And I think that comment come up just before you went into the detail of that. So again, it shows that our audience are really looking into the date and the detail of the painting there. Alan Turton, wayfarers or sojourners? Yeah, maybe one and the same. John Belton, again with a Masonic potential reference. I note the man is stepping off into the unknown with his left foot. An early use of the Masonic habit, maybe? What's your thoughts on that, Peter?
Well, certainly, as I commented through it, significantly, it is his left foot. Is it just a throwback to putting your best foot forward? The left side's meant to be the side of the body and closer to the heart, this sort of thing. And I also mentioned that his left foot is slipshod. You know, we were talking about a painting. It's painted in 1500. Yep, it's all speculation. I wouldn't like to actually say that this is a Masonic thing, but you can see the symbolism is the same, and I think that's important. You know, the slipshod foot and the reasons we have it in Freemasonry and stepping off with the left foot, etc. So it's there, and I think the symbolism is the same.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Lawrence, congratulations, great lecture. Antonio has to leave us. Thank you for joining us, Antonio. It's been good to have you here. And that seems to be the, oh, here's Dickon comes in. Trousers hanging and drying below the window. Looks rather as though there is a body hanging there.
Talking about the bloomers hanging from the window.
Yeah, I think so.
Here, this is intimate underwear that's hanging out to dry, and I think the symbolism there is, in other words, something else has been completed. Done. I'm done with that part of my life. All this part here, if I could just circle, all this part here is all about we're done. There is, the pigs are saying there is no inner food here. There's nothing that can sustain your inner self. That's gone. The only thing you'll find here is debauchery and pleasures of the flesh, the man urinating against the wall, etc. The empty barrel, you know, all sorts. All these are indications that we're finished here. This is done. I can get no more from this area, and that's what this is. This is bloomers or intimate underwear hanging from that window.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Stephen O'Donnell comments with a question: is that a level to the right of the window with the laundry?
Yeah, here, yeah, this part here, it could be. I haven't interpreted that. I'm just seeing that as being, you know, part of the architecture of the building. Same here, you could say, well, do we have a square here? Or do we have a square? You could, I suppose, interpret it. He maybe has painted something like that in there to say that it is a level or something. But there are a few others around that building that you could say, you know, do we have a square? This one here is quite clearly the triangle of the Holy Trinity, and it extends all the way down because it's like from above to below, it's from top to bottom. It's that kind of symbolism. So you can see here that perhaps there's some hermetic kind of influence here from the Holy Trinity to the bottom, to the earth, in other words. So there's loads of other interpretations. You could go on and on and on, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Alan Keegan comments, thank you, Peter. I hadn't seen the picture until it was mentioned in The Lost Symbol, the Dan Brown thriller. I can't remember the context, but Joe might remember.
I can't remember the exact context, but it will be part of the same sort of conspiracy theories that we've had in the past. And so I can't remember the exact context it was in the movie.
Alan Turton, so very interesting, Peter. Thank you, Bosch. I think that's the spell check or the predictive text getting in there. Has interested me for some time since visiting the cloisters in Frisius. I think that's how you pronounce it, Alan. Lorraine should come back. I think it would be, Peter, I've had a direct message from one of our speakers asking that he's got some comments about it, but he was unsure if it would be polite or not to do it. Would you be happy with him passing some comments?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's the whole idea that this type of thing is to get some feedback and make progress. Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't you please unmute and give us your comments, sir?
Yeah, well, thank you so much. In fact, I just noticed some details just when Peter started speaking. So it wasn't polite. I thought that I will just write down the comments during his lecture. So I just noticed that. That's everything. And I just appreciate everything. It was very, very interesting, very, very well made lecture. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Leonard.
Yes, thank you.
Stephen O'Donnell, fascinating. Thank you. And I think that on that point, Bern, I would just like once again to thank Brother Peter Taylor for coming along and giving us his interpretation of the Wayfarer by Hieronymus Bosch. Not an easy name to pronounce, Bern, I can tell you. Bern, at this point in the agenda that I'd prepared, I felt that it would only be fair to give you a slight comfort break because you've been sitting at your screens for just over 2 hours, Bern, and I know I could probably do with stretching my legs a little bit. We are slightly ahead of schedule, which is good. And can I suggest that you just leave your screens on, you stretch your legs until what's that, 1/4 past, and when you come back, get your cup of tea or your little drama whiskey or whatever you're keeping your eyes wide awake with, and come back, and at 3:15 we will introduce Brother Joe Martinez, all the way from the United States of America. So Bern, please take 10 minutes to get yourself back to your personal comforts. But during this time, Bern, if anybody wants to have a wee discussion with each other, please feel free to do so as well. And for those who are watching this later on our YouTube channel, just scroll forward a couple of minutes and we'll be back with you.
Well, it obviously takes the same amount of time to boil a kettle where I am, where you are, brethren.
Just takes a second to open a can of Iron Brew, Nobby.
Well, Gordon, I sat here and watched this, everyone disappear. And if anybody's watching the video, they will see a lot of empty chairs.
Coffee.
Yeah, that's what I've been.
Peter, my mention of Phaesius, I was always interested with Hieronymus Bosch's figures in his paintings. And I was going around the cloisters in Phaesius.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, the iconoclasts hadn't destroyed all the iconography. And when you look up in the ceiling in the cloisters, there are some really, really fantastical figures there from a very, very early date.
Oh yeah, I mean the old religious bestiality stuff and everything. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, you just need to go to Rosalind Chapel, and if you look at what's going on there, and you look at how they've used animals and all the rest of it to give a religious interpretation of the Bible and things, it's all there, right? And Bosch just takes it. I don't know if it's. If it's a Daliism, that kind of thing, is it that kind of approach where he's taken something and then twisted it to mean something else? But when he's twisted it, he keeps the same interpretation. That's the beauty. So when you see a pig in a painting, you know what the pig is. It's what he wants it to mean, and that's important. But you're right. You can go all over, and you will see things, and you go, "Aha! I know what that is."
Yes. Yeah, but it's perfect emblematica, isn't it?
Aye, boy. I also do a lecture in Rosalind Chapel as well, which is a bit esoteric as well.
Very good. Anyway, thank you. Fantastic talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Perfect.
As I say, a lot of what it's on there is related to this guy in New York, and he's a fascinating character when you start reading his stuff. Clever guy.
Okay, Brian, talking about symbolism, it's 1515. Take whatever you want out of that. And it's a great pleasure to welcome you all back for the second part of the afternoon. I'll answer a question to our speaker, and he posed it in the chat and I didn't see it. Of course, Joe, you can take coffee instead of a cup of tea, as we Brits would certainly, some of us enjoy our Starbucks.
Some of us don't.
Some of us don't.
You know what?
Some of us just concentrate on the Diet Iron Brew. But
we don't have Starbucks here in the United States either. Don't let us fool you.
No.
Good.
So the country runs on Dunkin' Donuts.
No, you're thinking about Canada, or you're thinking about your weight.
No, that's Tim Horton.
Oh,
that's Tim Hortons, yeah.
He was a Freemason as well, Brian.
My buddy in Texas can't get past the Dunkin' Donuts without stopping.
Neither can I. That's why I'm this way, Peter.
So welcome back, Brian, to the second half of the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee's Masonic Esoterica Lockdown Symposium. We've had some fantastic insight from Brother Stewart Clelland, Brother Angel Millar, and Brother Peter Taylor in the first half, taking us through some of the Eastern traditions and ending up with that fantastic painting by Hieronymus Bosch. Easy for me to say, Brian. But the second half, we've got two fantastic speakers from the United States coming to intrigue us and inspire us to look into some of the more deeper esoteric sides of Freemasonry. And without further ado, it gives me the greatest of pleasure to introduce to you all Brother Joe Martinez, who's currently serving as the Worshipful Master of the Manasseh Lodge, number 182 of the Grand Lodge of Virginia. He's a member of the Premier Esoteric Lodge in DC, Benjamin B. French Lodge, number 15. And just as a wee point of interest, Brian, when I was speaking to Joe, Some of you may know I used to travel for work to the States, and I visited quite a few lodges in and around the DC, Virginia area. And one of them was actually the Benjamin B. French Lodge about 20 years ago. So a nice little connection there. He's also a member of the Ezekiel Bates Lodge in Grand Lodge, Massachusetts, the Kansas Lodge of Research, and like 2 or 3 of us on the screen, a member of the Internet Lodge, number 9659 in the United Grand Lodge of England. He's a past High Priest of Manassas Royal Arch, Grand Royal Arch Chapter in Virginia, a past Illustrious Master of Manassas Council, number 81, member of the Commander of Knights Templar, a member of the Cryptic Council, the current Sovereign Master of Black Horse Council, allied Masonic degrees, a member of the Ancient Accepted Scottish Rite, Southern Jurisdiction, Valley of Alexandra, a Knight Mason, York Rite Sovereign College, and the Operatives. Brother Joe enjoys focusing on and researching the initiatic experience, rituals of initiation, and the mysteries of ancient civilizations, as well as the relation between modern science and Gnostic texts. And it is one of those ancient connections that Brother Joe is here to talk to us about. And without any further ado, Brother Joe Martinez, it gives me great pleasure to pass over the virtual floor to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Brother Gordon. And thank you everybody for coming. I really appreciate being here. I am going to share my screen, and somebody give me a thumbs up if you can see it.
Yeah, we can see that, Joe. Thank you.
Alrighty. And we'll go right ahead and get started. Righty. So, good afternoon, brethren. It's still morning for me, so I'm going to drink coffee. And let's start this conversation by saying that I fully realize it's going to be very difficult to condense 4,000 to 5,000 years of history and mythology into a 30-minute presentation. But I'll do my best and attempt to do so and meld it all together into as concise a package as I possibly can. So for starters, I'm sure some of you are wondering why we're talking about Egyptian things at a symposium that has to do with Freemasonry. Well, I'm going to go ahead and save you the 30 minutes and ruin the surprise for you and tell you that many of the creation myths of ancient cultures, specifically ancient Near East cultures, some that existed before the time of recorded history, or what we call prehistory, and more specifically the myths of Osiris, are really familiar to those who've never read or heard those stories firsthand. They've just been told to you and in different and altered forms. The stories of creation, the stories of a slain king, and the story of a lost secret have all been repackaged and repurposed and reinvented across the centuries. And although slightly different each time, it still has the same markers or pointers in each retelling that make it easy to see that these stories truly do span the borders of nations, as well as the divisions of millennia throughout recorded history. So let's take a brief second and discuss how we're going to use the term mythology in this presentation. The term mythology in the modern sense really has a negative connotation. People nowadays use this word to describe magical or fanciful tales of the past that don't have any historical or cultural lasting significance or importance. And that's just flat out untrue. At its face, the word mythology, when used by scholars, is used as it's originally intended. So it's taken from the Greek word mythos, which literally means story of the people. And its lexical definition is the study and interpretation of often sacred tales or stories of a culture that we call myths, or a collection of these stories which deal with different aspects of the human condition. Or it's also a collection of stories in oral, and lucky for us, in written form that belong to a particular religious or cultural tradition. So the word mythology, from a scholarly perspective, can be used to discuss the stories of the Jewish tradition or the Christian tradition or any other religious system, and it doesn't have to have an inherent negative or make-believe connotation. So that's the point I want to get across. So what we're going to talk about today is a brief history of the Egyptian mythos, the different places that it came from. It didn't come from more than one place. The story surrounding the creation of the world are the most common creation stories that we find. Perhaps how it's similar to some other stories you may have heard in the past. The story of the first god king, Osiris, his transmission of knowledge and science to the world. Then we're going to talk about his life, his death, his rebirth. And again, we're going to touch on how this story influences many tales that came later, what that means, and how it should resonate in part with the modern speculative Freemason. I hope that you find a tiny nugget of something interesting in the next 25 or so minutes. So to talk about ancient Egyptian history, we have to look at the really early periods, the pre and the Proto-Dynastic periods, which range from about 10,000 BCE to about 4,000 BCE, or the New Stone Age. And then the rise of the different major city centers that are found in ancient Egypt. The Proto-Dynastic period was marked by a couple of major additions to human civilization. The first hieroglyphs, the first use of stone palettes for communicating, the first use of early cartouches or serics, the first royal cemeteries, and the invention of advanced sail navigation. The ancient Egyptians were very advanced sailors. From this transmission of written language, we've found through archaeology numerous creation myths, and most notably, many myths that have to do with Osiris, which arose in different major branches across the entire kingdom of Egypt. So you have to understand that the overall construct that we now call the ancient Egyptian religion arose in different places across different major city centers throughout the entire civilization. Depending on which family reigned, which gods were given more credence and importance, and even which area held more political, and when I say political, I mean priestly power, these major city centers were originally known as Iunu, which meant pillars, Inebu-Hidej, which meant the white walls, Wasit, which meant the city of the scepter, and Kemenu, which means 8 town, or the number 8. So there were different stories of creation and birth of the Egyptian dynasty in all of these cities, but some did have some major commonalities, and later over time they were merged into a more or less unified religious story by the Second Intermediate and the New Kingdom time periods. It's also of note that with the rise of the Ptolemaic dynasty, or the Greek-based kings of Egypt, a lot of these original Egyptian religious ideas were merged with Greek culture, and in my opinion, they were watered down for the rest of the Egyptian historical time period. So first we have Iunu, or you may know it as Heliopolis, and that's a Latinized form of the Greek name Heliopolis, meaning city of the sun. So Helios, the personified and deified form of the sun, was identified by the Greeks with the native Egyptian gods Ra or Atum, whose principal cult was located in this city. The city also appears in the Old Kingdom pyramid texts as the House of Ra. Next, we have Enebu-Hidej, also known as Memphis, and Memphis has had many different names throughout its history of over 4,000 years. Its ancient Egyptian name was Enebu-Hidej, which translated to the White Walls, talking about the white walls surrounding the city. And Memphis became the capital city of ancient Egypt for over 8 consecutive dynasties throughout the Old Kingdom time period. The city reached a peak under the 6th dynasty as a center for the worship of Ptah, who is the god of creation and artwork, and it later replaced the Ogdoad in other Egyptian myth narratives, and we'll talk about the Ogdoad briefly in a second. Ancient sources suggest that the White Walls were founded by Menes, the first king of unified Egypt. They were not known as pharaoh yet, which was a Greek word not used until the New Kingdom time period. So they were known as kings. It's likely that Menes, the first king of a unified Egypt, established himself here better to control this new union between the two rival kingdoms of the upper and lower kingdoms. Then we have Wasit. The Egyptian name for Thebes was Wasit, or city of the scepter of the pharaohs. Thebes was always a major city center for ancient Egypt, and it contains the Temple of Luxor, which you may have heard of. And it was the traditional temple for king-making for many centuries. And finally, we have Kemenu, or Hermopolis, which was the Egyptian language name of the city and means 8 town, after the Ogdoad, a group of 8 primordial deities whose cult was situated there for many years. The city was later named the city of Hermes, since the Greeks identified Hermes with Thoth, because this city was the major cult center of Thoth, the Egyptian god of magic and healing and wisdom, and the patron of scribes. So all you scribes and recorders, you should have a statue of Thoth on your desk. So what the Ogdoad are and what they signify is really a good segue into the ancient Egyptian creation narratives. So one of the most popular of the Egyptian creation myths, the myths coming from Hermopolis, start with the Ogdoad. So the Ogdoad were known as the Infinities, and they were the celestial rulers of a cosmic age, something akin to the Greeks, before the Olympians, they had the Titans and things like that. So considered to have come long before the Egyptian religious system that we currently recognize today, the Ogdoad were concerned with the preservation of the celestial world and the celestial order. And later, as we'll see, they're responsible for the formation of the human race. So throughout though their power among the Egyptian people was most widely recognized in the Old Kingdom periods, there are traces of this original pantheon that made it down to its next set of gods. So again, they became similar to the Titans that we hear about in Greek mythology, replaced by the Olympians. So the Ogdoad predate the more commonly known Egyptian gods, such as Osiris, his sister wife Isis, Anubis, Thoth, and so on. They are, in the text, they are considered to have come into creation before the world did. So they predated the existence of our world. And the Ogdoad consist of 4 couples, or 8 deities, who balance one another and the nature of the cosmos. So each pair correlated with one of the primordial forces of creation of the universe in the old Egyptian belief system, things like water and air and light and time. So you have Nanu and Nanuet, Hehu and Hehut, Kekui and Kekuit, and the last one changes a little bit, but Nu and Nanuet were responsible for the development of the primordial waters of the universe. Primordial waters sounds a bit familiar, doesn't it? So Amun and Amunet were caretakers of the air. Kekui and Kekuet were keepers of darkness. And then finally, Ker or Kerhead, or Hehu and Hehud, as they're also called, they were responsible for maintaining these really grandiose concepts, such as eternity and infinity. So each first name in these sets is the male avatar, while the second is the female avatar, and created an equal balance of genders in their very early pantheon. So the ancient Egyptians were really progressive. You know, they had equal balance of genders in their deities. Things that changed over time. So there's several views from the early Egyptians that emanated from the time of the worship of the Ogdoad as to how the world as they knew it came into creation. The most popular was that the Ogdoad created an egg within the primordial waters from which the world was born. It was considered to be invisible, or you couldn't see it because before creation there was no sun, until the day that the cosmic egg hatched out, and out came the brilliant golden light of the newly born sun. This form of the sun was named Ra, one of the only Egyptian deities to have been accepted both by the old followers of the Ogdoad and the later religious systems. So Ra, or Atum as he's sometimes called, really is that common point between 2 really distinct religious systems in ancient Egypt. So we have the pre-existence deities, and it's at this point in the story most of the popular myths among those different city centers really converge with the story of the actual creation of the world and mankind. For the rest of the story, we're going to focus on the most popular meldings of these characters. So Ra, Atum, in some places Amun, all become interchangeable depending on where you are and what century you lived in. So now we come to the most common story of creation. We're going to use the Atum or Ra version of the story. So once upon a time, before there was land and fish and animals and human life, there was this great expansion of primordial waters that encompassed the entire universe. Nothing existed in these primordial waters since the beginning of time, until that great egg appeared in the water. This cosmic egg, we know, it's starting to sound like some other mythologies you may have heard, contained Ra, or in other places Atum, which represented the new daytime sun. So once his egg hatched, he burst forth into the universe and took his place as its great ruler. In other narratives, the journey began with the creation of the world and the universe out of darkness and swirling chaos, or a formless void. You may have heard that before. Once there was nothing but endless dark water without form or purpose. Like I said, the formless void. Existing within this void was Heka, the god of magic, who awaited the moment of creation. So out of this watery silence came Nu, and rose a primordial hill known as the Benben, upon which stood the great god Atum, or in some other versions, Ra. So Atum looked out upon the nothingness and recognized his aloneness. So through magic, he mated with his own shadow to give birth to 2 children. Shu, the god of air, whom Atum spat out, and Tefnut, goddess of moisture, whom Atum vomited out. And in some other versions of the story, there's a less polite way to say how Tefnut came out, but we're going to skip that for now. So Shu gave the early world the principles of life, while Tefnut contributed to the principles of order. So all good things so far. So this order, which would become to be known as Ma'at, became the overarching theme of Egyptian kingdom society for millennia. Ma'at represents the ethical and moral principle that every Egyptian citizen was expected to follow throughout their daily lives. They were expected to act with honor and truth in matters that involve family, their community, the nation as a whole, the environment, and even their relationship with their gods. So the significance of Ma'at developed to the point that it really embraced all aspects of Egyptian existence, including the basic equilibrium of how the universe worked, the cycle of the seasons, the heavenly movements, religious observations and practices, and honesty and truthfulness in social interactions with others. Ma'at pervaded every bit of Egyptian culture. And the concept of Ma'at was not just a fleeting thing. It persisted for a very, very, very long time. So back to Shu and Tefnut. Leaving their father on the Benben, they went out to create the world. And in time, Atum became worried because his children were gone for such a long time. So he did what any father would do. He took out his eyeball and sent it out in search for them. I've yet to do that. So while the eye was gone, Atum sat alone on the hill in the midst of chaos and contemplated eternity. Shu and Tefnut finally returned with the eye of Atum, later associated with the eye of Ra, or the all-seeing eye, and their father, who was so grateful for their safe return, shed tears of joy. Those tears that dropped into the dark, fertile earth of the Benben gave birth to you and me, men and women, human civilization. So these human beings had nowhere to live, so Shu and Tefnut mated and gave birth to Geb, the earth, and Nut, the sky. Geb and Nut, though brother and sister, and you're going to start to see a lot of brother-sister, husband-wife relationships in the later Egyptian pantheons, fell deeply in love and were inseparable. But Atum found their behavior unacceptable and pushed Nut away from Geb high up into the heavens. So these two starstruck lovers were forever able to see each other, but no longer able to touch. Interestingly enough, Nut, the goddess of the sky, forms a starry deck canopy in some hieroglyphs over her husband, the earth. This also sounds familiar to the earth and heavens being separated in other creation narratives. But before they were separated, Geb and Nut conceived and later had 4 children. So they had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The sons were Set and Osiris, and the daughters were Isis and Nephthys. Like their parents and their aunt and uncle, they fell in love too. Osiris and Isis fell in love, and Set and Nephthys fell in love. So it's in the pyramid texts of the Pyramid of Teti in Saqqara that we pick up the most comprehensive narrative of the Osirian myths that we've found to date. So after their grandfather Ra passes on, Osiris is called to succeed Ra as ruler of all creation. He becomes the god of fertility and agriculture and vegetation and life. And soon after, we'll see, he also becomes the god of the afterlife and resurrection and rebirth in ancient Egyptian religion. So after his coronation as ruler of all creation, he traveled to the world bringing science and agriculture and language to all corners of the globe. As with other religions with initiatory rites, that transmission of divine knowledge was done so by Osiris, and he was credited with bringing civilization to the human beings that his father Ra created. He married his sister Isis, who became queen of all the cosmos and his royal consort. Set was the brother of Osiris, and he was the god of deserts and storms and fire and war and envy and disorder. So kind of the antithesis of Osiris. So Set and Osiris, however, did not get along after Osiris was chosen to succeed their father Ra. Set did not like his brother becoming master of all creation, and he felt that he should be the ruler instead of his brother. His anger was further fueled when Osiris made plans to depart to spread that light and knowledge and science throughout the world. He made his sister wife Isis regent of all Egypt instead of bestowing the power to his brother Set. So Set, not a happy camper, had a terrible temper, and he vowed to kill his brother and take the power that he considered to be rightfully his. Upon Osiris's return to Egypt, Set plotted to destroy his brother. So Set secretly took the measurements of Osiris's body while he slept one night and had a beautiful cedar wood and ebony chest made for just this occasion that fitted Osiris's exact measurements. He then announced a banquet honoring Osiris's return and invited all the guests to this feast. At the celebration, he unveiled this beautiful chest, and he offered the chest to anyone who could fit inside of it. Just as Set had planned, none of the other guests fitted with the chest perfectly. It was like Goldilocks and the 3 pairs. It was too big, too small, too hot, too cold, and the only person left to try was Osiris. So when he laid down in the chest, which was made to fit him and only him, Set and his followers slammed down the lid and nailed it down shut. They sealed it by pouring molten lead into all the cavities and threw it in the Nile. So, as one can imagine, this really hurt Isis, who couldn't really bear to be without her beloved Osiris. Osiris's grief was so great that their sister and Set's wife helped Isis search for Osiris. While they were out searching, Set had usurped Osiris's rule and reigned over all the land. He neglected the gifts that Osiris had given to the people, and the land suffered drought and famine and all these awful things. The chest was swept out to sea and landed on the coast near Byblos. The instant that it touched the land near Byblos, a huge tamarisk tree sprouted up to protect it. The tree grew so large that the king of Byblos trimmed it and fashioned it into a pillar and put it in his palace. Isis tracked his body to Byblos and persuaded the king to give it to her. Notably, this pillar, that contained Osiris, is also known as the Jed pillar, which symbolized the spine of Osiris. And here you see it with the crook and the flail that's common to the first god king. She took her husband's corpse back to Egypt and communed with Anubis to prepare the body for mummification. When they left the body unattended, Set stole the body of Osiris and became so enraged that they found it that he dismembered the body into sometimes 14 or 42 different pieces and scattered the body parts all throughout Egypt. So Isis was even more distraught than the first time, and again enlisted the help of her sister Nephthys, and they found all but one of those pieces. The missing part was, of course, his phallus, which was apparently swallowed by a fish that was sacred to Set. So Isis and Nephthys mourned over the dead body of their brother/husband, and Ra took pity on them. He sent Anubis to prepare Osiris for the first ever mummification and instructed Thoth and Isis and Nephthys to piece the body back together. So Isis transformed into a kite or a small bird and breathed life into him. But it was not sufficient for him to take his place with the living, since he was not complete. He was missing, again, his phallus. So since he was not completely put back together, he couldn't come completely back to the living, but it was just enough to give his body life, enough for her to conceive a son through union with Osiris. The child was born and hidden from Set and was named Horus. Osiris revived but could no longer rule among the living because he was not whole or complete. He would have to descend to the underworld and reign there as Lord of the Dead. So Osiris left for the underworld, and Isis went into hiding in the delta regions of Egypt to protect herself and her son from Set. Excuse me. So Isis gave birth to Horus alone in the swamps. She hid herself and her son Set from Set and the people who were trying to find him, only going out at night for food, accompanied by bodyguards of things like scorpions and beetles. So he grew up basically in hiding. And Isis and Selkut and Thoth nurtured and educated Horus while he was in exile until he was grown enough to manhood and was strong enough to challenge his uncle for his father's kingdom. So once Horus grew to adulthood, he returned, confronted the whole Egyptian pantheon about his heritage, and challenged his uncle for the right to reclaim the throne that was rightfully his. Sometimes this contest involved a challenge of the mind or the wits with puzzles to solve. In others, it involved Horus slaying Set and losing an eye, which would later become the very famous Eye of Horus. And in others still, Horus would defeat Set but not slay him, and Set would find redemption by sailing on the sun barge with his father Ra to fight the serpent Apophis, or chaos, each and every night. Ra was the god of the sun and order and light, while Apophis was the lord of chaos and night. And Ra would battle Apophis every single sunset to start a new day. So finally, having conquered Set and restoring order, Horus became known as the uniter of the two lands, the lower and the upper kingdoms of Egypt, later attributed historically to Menes, the first united king of Egypt. He reinstated the policies of his parents, rejuvenated the land, and ruled wisely. It's for this reason that the kings of Egypt from the first dynastic period onward aligned themselves with Horus and chose a Horus name to rule at their coronation and initiation ceremony. Osiris had been the first king of Egypt who established order and then passed on to the underworld, while Horus was the king who restored that order after it was overturned by Set. So Egyptian kings, therefore, identified themselves with Horus in life and Osiris in death. So during their reign, they were the physical manifestation of Horus, and at the moment of their death, during the burial ceremony, they traveled to the underworld to join with Osiris. So back to Osiris, again, as we said, instead of coming back to life fully, he traveled to the underworld, which was a dark and desolate place. But Ra, his father, assured him that he would find peace and contentment there as the king of the dead. And his son Horus would rule over the living until the time that Ra chose to unmake his creation and return everything to the nothingness from whence it came. So when Egyptian kings passed on, they would travel, after being prepared using the proper rituals, to the land of the dead to sit with Osiris. Similar ritualistic practices would assist the new king-to-be to transform from man to God-man in the form of the new Horus. We today call that apotheosis. So again, there's a dual practice or a dual rite in the king-making ceremonies of ancient Egypt. The newly crowned king, a physical personification of Horus on earth, would reign as Horus. Upon his death, he would undergo a ritual where he would be prepared for his journey to the underworld. And during that time, which was most often in the text 70 days, his heir would undergo the ceremonies needed to transform him into the new Horus. This rite and ritual and process established the divine right of rule for the Egyptian dynasties up through the Ptolemaic period, or the time when the Greeks came in and took over. So some themes that we're going to talk about are, we're going to talk about allegories, which Freemasons love allegories. We're going to talk about a tragic murder that took place. We're going to talk about hidden or lost wisdom, burials and reburials, more than one burial in a single story, that transmission of knowledge. We're going to lightly touch on initiation rites and practices. And then finally, the search for something lost, which may sound familiar to everyone here who is a Mason. So we're going to start with Mackey, Albert Mackey. Mackey brings us his thoughts on the ritualistic mysteries of Egypt and his opinion of their connection to craft masonry. So in the 1875 edition of his book, Mackey's Encyclopedia, he writes, and I quote, "Egypt has always been considered as the birthplace of the mysteries. It was there that the ceremonies of initiation were first established. It was there that truth first veiled in allegory, and the dogmas of religion were first imparted under symbolic forms. From Egypt, the land of the tongued globe, the land of science and philosophy, peerless for stately tombs and magnificent temples, the land whose civilization was old, and also a nation before most other nations. Since then called an empire, this system of symbols was disseminated through Greece and Rome and other countries of Europe and Asia, giving origin through many intermediate steps to that mysterious association, which is now represented by the institution of Freemasonry." Okay, so Mackey has a very defined opinion. I'll probably disagree with him a little bit, but let's navigate through some of these themes that we find in both systems, Egyptian mystery rituals and modern Freemasonry. So the first one we're going to talk about is the concept of a trinity of people who play a central part in each story in these epic allegories. So allegory, again, you all know, is the expression of truths about human existence by means of symbolic figures and things that they do. So we also have a tragic murder. In both of these stories, the story of Osiris and the story of Hiram Abiff, involve tragic and sudden murders of very extraordinary people who were taken way before their time. The antagonists in each story each have their own reasons, whether it's envy or greed or spite or even a combination of these. There's really a lot of symbolism to unpack in both the motives of Set and his accomplices and our three ruffians. Secret mysteries and knowledge. So hidden wisdom is kept by our protagonists in each story. Osiris keeps the secrets of the universe, of science, of enlightened wisdom, only to be passed on through the mysteries to his successors. And Hiram in the speculative craft keeps the secrets of a master mason, neither one imparting them before their untimely death. Burial and reburial. So in both of these stories, there's multiple burials. Both of the protagonists experience more than one burial. Osiris is first buried in the chest, then taken out and dismembered, then undergoes the first mummification required to complete his rebirth. We have in earlier Masonic documents, some of you may be familiar with it, a third-degree ritual which involves Noah and his three sons, which also includes a burial and a reburial. And then we also have Hiram, who was hastily buried and then reburied according to the Masonic customs of the age. We have the transmission of knowledge at the point of resurrection. So Osiris, through the magic of Isis, transmits his secret knowledge as well as his seed, which gives rise to his son Horus. There were also initiatic practices for the Hierophants, or the priests, as they prepared to do the work of the gods. In our other story, Master Masons know at which point in the allegory they receive that secret wisdom, or at least in my opinion, the doorway to the beginning of this secret wisdom. So initiation rites flourish in both of these stories. For Osiris and Horus, there's an initiatic rite where each deceased king merges with Osiris, and the new king to be undergoes the secret initiations of not only king making, but God making. Like I said, again, apotheosis. And this was not, I just want to stress that putting aside our modern sensibilities for a minute, this was not an allegory for the ancient Egyptians. They were literally taking man and transforming him into a god. And that really is one of the primary reasons why the divine right of rule lasted for millennia. In Freemasonry, the rites of initiation are meant to prepare us for a life not of the mundane, but of the celestial and the eternal. And then the search for something lost. So both of these allegories contain a treasure, lost forever, with a substitute at the end until the real treasure is discovered. Depending on who you ask and their maturity level, some would tell you that the secret that was, or the missing piece of Osiris was the phallus part again, but that is a symbol or an allegory. I think the hidden wisdom or symbolism there is the divine right of rule and the God aspects of man, which are reclaimed by Horus and his kingly descendants throughout initiation by way of the symbol. In Freemasonry, we know what was lost and what is substituted in its place, leaving us with this lifelong quest for discovery for those who choose to go down that road. Is it really as mundane as a word, though? Or does the word mean something much, much more? An allegory within an allegory, if you will. So why do we care? What does this mean for all of us? It means that there are absolutely some symbols that we should take from the stories of Egypt and her mysteries when discussing Masonic purpose and practice. Transmission of these practices survived in their own vacuum for thousands of years, and they completely permeated Hellenized culture with the coming of Alexander the Great, which then migrated to Roman culture and was passed in hushed corners to future initiatic systems from the Dark Ages all the way to the Age of Enlightenment. The most striking thing to me after researching ancient Egyptian rituals are the similarities that we find that are glossed over in ritual and practice each and every day. We have the slain hero who takes with him a secret or knowledge to the grave and who receives a gift from a goddess, most notably a virgin. Osiris was slain and Isis came along, put his pieces back together. And guess what? She also had to restore him with a makeshift phallus. This is probably the most times I've said phallus all year. As his brother Set had destroyed the other one. The phallus here was the means by which the gift of the goddess was transmitted, or that gift of divine birth of a son, to a virgin, I might add, since Isis didn't have a child before Osiris died. And the purpose of that was to carry on the dynastic rule of all Egypt. This gift in other stories takes other forms. The stories of King Arthur also show how he was defeated and his sword, another symbol of manhood, was broken. The Lady of the Lake gave him a new one, the famous Excalibur. He then completed his hero's journey, as legend tells us. And actually, the symbolism is quite consistent, as the Black Knight also lost his manhood in this story. Percival, as the new young knight, seeks out the Holy Grail when he visits the castle of the wounded Fisher King. I'm going to say that again. The castle of the wounded Fisher King. Think about that. He sees a lance and a grail. The lance here is another symbol of manhood. And the list goes on and on. And then finally, we come to the story in the grave of Hiram Abiff, the twice buried son of a widow who kept a secret close to his heart, which caused his untimely death, and set into motion a discovery for that which was lost. Be it a word or a formula or some divine secret entrusted to a select few, Hiram takes it with him to the grave, this secret knowledge in the face of death, and is rewarded with a raising and a reburial, which culminates his journey of birth, death, and raising. This raising ceremony completes the hero's journey for this character and begins our own search for truth and light, things that we refer to as wisdom and enlightenment in Freemasonry. The most striking similarity, or dare I say, I'm afraid to say, connection between these two systems is this most famous of Masonic symbols, first committed to print in the 1800s, which clearly shows striking similarities between the story of Hiram and the story of Osiris, if you know where to look. And if you don't know where to look, we can just ask Albert Pike. And I quote, "Masonry still retains among its emblems one of a woman weeping over a broken column, holding in her hand a branch of acacia or myrtle or tamarisk, while time, we are told, stands behind her combing out the ringlets of her hair. We need not repeat this trivial explanation given of this representation of Isis, weeping at Byblos over the column torn from the palace of the king that contained the body of Osiris, while Horus, the god of time, pours ambrosia on her hair." Again, those are Albert Pike's words, not mine. And finally, we have the circumstances of the rebirth or the resurrection. Hiram's hasty grave was opened, but then he was later reburied in a place of honor in full Masonic ceremony. He was raised in a very particular way, using a very particular manner or ritual, which is performed to every Mason that goes through the degrees. Coincidentally enough, the body of Osiris is raised on the 7th day after his death, which is symbolic in most solar or sun-based myth stories, and he was raised in the sign of Leo or the lion, which should strike us Masons as being very familiar. So the Osirian myth is really about redemption and reintegration of the soul and how to take man and return him to his godlike qualities. A king with the wisdom of the universe, imparting it onto the world, is cut down by jealousy and greed at the height of his power and unable to complete his task, just like we see in Freemasonry. Through a mystical ceremony, he's given new life by Isis, his wife, who is able to revive him just long enough to have an heir and guarantee her husband's place as the Lord of the Underworld. Most notably in this is the fact that Isis conceives her son after his death, which, if you think about it, really makes Horus the son of a widow, does it not? Synesius, the Greek Christian bishop of the early church, pointed out that there was evidence enough of elaborate and secretive king-making rituals, an initiation which would take a man or a woman at the time and transform them into a personification of Horus on earth, or a god. Plutarch also notes in his essays on the Egyptians that from the conflict of Osiris and Set, we can understand the constant warfare between the constructive and the destructive principles of our very own nature. The struggle between dark and light, good and evil, both within ourselves and out in the world. So Osiris became the prototype for order and beauty and harmony, and Set, disorder and asymmetry and disharmony. Brother Manly Hall also describes the Egyptian mysteries as containing the ancient allegories found within Freemasonry. He notes that the phallus being the symbol of vital power and was so used in many Egyptian hieroglyphs. The phallus then, this is Manly Hall's words, is the lost word which is not discovered, but for which a golden replica is substituted. This replica produced the divine child Horus, who completes his hero's journey. So he also notes that the greatest minds of antiquity all made the trek to ancient Egypt to learn the mysteries and sciences such as Thales and Solon and Plato, Democritus, Pythagoras, and Plutarch, just to name a few. And this was something that would not have been done by so many if there was little more than mysticism and card tricks to be found there. So Osiris's journey from creation, life, death, rebirth is the story of at-one-ment or atonement with the absolute. That search for light that people still make to this day. A search for the divine in us all and that divinity that's all around us. And that search begins on a path that was laid before us in conscious man, at least as far back as the time of Isis and Osiris. So thank you so much for your time, and keep searching for your lost birthright.
Brother Joe Martinez, thank you so much on behalf of us all here at the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee Masonic Esoteric Lockdown Symposium. I think in many ways, some of the stuff that you've introduced us here today is probably the stuff that we all got first introduced to as kids when we were told about the pharaohs and the pyramids and everything, but none of us ever knew what that really meant. It was just a teacher telling us something. And before we go to the questions, can I just compliment your fantastic room with all the bits and pieces that you've got around you.
So my wife is a very patient person with me, so she let me have one room in the house that I could do whatever the hell I want to, but not the rest of the house. So.
Yeah, I've got one of those very patient wives as well, but I was kicked into the garage to transform the garage into that room, you see. So, but no, Joe, thank you so much. I know there's a couple of questions in here for you, so let me just try and find them. Of course, you can do coffee, and Stephen's saying that as well. But Gerard, one of our brothers, my place to go in the US is 7-Eleven for food and drink. You see, so
yeah, I grew up in New York, and I live near DC now. So as a native New Yorker, anybody who said Dunkin' Donuts and 7-Eleven, you are welcome in my home whenever you like. Anybody who said Starbucks, we'll find you a Holiday Inn or something.
Perfect. But let's get back to the mysteries then. Stephen O'Donnell asks, the Ogdoad image looks mirrored. Are the dualities of each other? It goes on to, you just answered that, but do you want to talk a little bit about that again?
Yeah, absolutely. I was waiting for Stephen to ask a question that made me think. So thank you, Stephen. No, they absolutely were. And that was a really big shift in Egyptian ancient religions, at least from my studies. And just so everybody knows, I just don't do this in terms of Masonic studies and presentations. I'm actually pursuing a PhD in biblical studies and comparative religion. So I do read big, ugly scholarly books about the same subjects, and not stuff that you find in the weirdo section at Barnes and Nobles. So that being said, yeah, the Ogdoad or the Old Kingdom style were very interested in dualities. And again, I said it half jokingly, but they were a lot more progressive because they always had a male and a female deity for exactly the same concepts. But as you saw, especially by the numerous times I said the word phallus, which is probably the most times I'll say it this year, there was a lot of focus around that aspect of male and female in the creation stories, whether it was the creation of the world or creation of people, so yeah, absolutely. I think that dualities are a very important part of the Ogdoad type of religious practices in times. But again, that got supplanted by the modern quote unquote Egyptian pantheon.
Okay, thank you. Our immediate past master here at the Lordship of Kurrachee, very, very interesting. Stephen, again, I think he's really going to try and push the boundaries of your knowledge today.
Yes.
And we're also very proud of Stephen here at Lordship of Kurrachee. He's joined us during the lockdown lectures, and during that period of time, we've seen him being first published as a Masonic author as well. With some papers, so we're very proud of what Stephen's achieved during lockdown. But he asks, could the archetype that the Enter Apprentice pillar is named after fall into the same category, being Ruth marrying B? He died the next day, but Ruth bore his child.
That's interesting. So yeah, that's a good one, Stephen. Knowing where, yes, we could say it because it's a name in the Bible. So you're talking about Boaz there. He did. That is a really interesting piece of biblical history that I would need to flesh out more. That's I've not thought of it that way before. That's a good one. That's a doozy. I'm gonna get back to you on that.
That's what this is all about. So thank you, Stephen, for that very probing question. Hasu, interesting that the Egyptians worshipped the sun, but used a lunar calendar consisting of 13 months. Your thoughts on that?
My understanding, and Brother Hasu, correct me if I'm wrong, the lunar month was definitely the lunar calendar existed prior to the solar civil calendar. So I'm trying to think when they switched from the lunar calendar to the sun-based calendar. I want to say it was during one of the intermediate periods. The Old Kingdom definitely used the lunar calendar system, but it did shift to a solar calendar, especially, and it was definitely after the rise of Akhenaten. It was definitely based on a solar calendar. That was one of his lasting lasting gifts there to the people when he tried to convert the entirety of the Egyptian kingdom from polytheism to monotheism. But again, that only lasted 2 or 3 kings, I think, at the most. So yeah, but my understanding is when you get towards the New Kingdom, and especially when the Ptolemies came in and took over and messed everything up, they were definitely using a solar calendar for civil and administrative things. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Joe. We've got a question from our past master of the Internet Lodge and my past master here at the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee, Brother Alan Turton's comments. Brother Joe, what a wonderful tale you've told us, connecting all the bits together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alan Keegan, terrific stuff, Brother Joe. Is there a flood myth?
You know what? There are flood myths in ancient Egypt. They're not as prominent as what you would see in other ancient Near East cultures. And you have to remember as well. Now I don't want to put a BS archaeologist hat on because I'm not one. But you know, we have to look at during the rise of the first dynasty period was a couple of millennia back, but it wasn't that far back. It wasn't into the the Stone Age and that time periods, but most of Egypt was dry and arid during most of the rise of human civilization in that area, right? Depending on what time of the day it is when you put on the History Channel, they may have other opinions on what was there and when it was there and things like that. But Egypt was a very dry place except for the Nile and the Delta regions and things like that. But there are a couple of flood myths. If I can remember correctly, there is a flood myth with Ra and Sekhmet, I believe was one of his daughters. She was mad at the world and was going to flood the world with blood. But Ra, I think the story is, gets her drunk and stops her. But I can look into that more for you as well, Brother Alan.
Okay, thank you, Joe. There's no more comments or questions, and I think we've got a couple of minutes before we're expecting our next speaker. But I would like to ask you if you wouldn't mind. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for the work that you've been doing with the podcast and Refracted Light and the various Facebook pages that have kept many of us entertained and pushing our daily advancements over the last 18 months, particularly in lockdown. But would you be able to explain to the rest of the Brethren here the sort of things that you've been involved in over the last 18 months and prior to that, but particularly during the lockdown around the online Masonic learning?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for giving me a minute to plug that. So as Brother Gordon knows, I think as soon as the pandemic hit here in the United States, it's definitely not myself. It was a group effort. About 10 or 15 of us Masons who, number one, knew how to use the internet, and number two, were longing for Masonic education. And now we're stuck at home. We decided to use social media as that vehicle to provide Masonic education to anybody who wanted it. So we started a Facebook group called Refracted Light. It is primarily for the sole purpose. It's not one of those Masonic groups where you argue about, are women Freemasons or which way do you wear your ring and none of that crap. We talk about actual education. So it's open to everybody. It's not tiled. It promotes online Masonic education. So people aren't posting lodge meetings and, what you're having for dinner that night. It's all about online Masonic content. And we've teamed with other folks like Superiority, which I'm sure many of you have been on those. Brother David does an amazing job, and all the other different groups in the United States that are doing online Masonic education. So it's kind of a clearinghouse for online Masonic education. Pretty much every other night of the week, there's something there. So we've also got a YouTube page. And thank you, Brother Gordon, for mentioning the podcast. For those who listen to the Masonic Roundtable, I became one of the hosts there a few months ago now. And it's been a blast. As you could tell, I love hearing myself talk. So getting to do it once a week on a podcast is, a lovely treat for me. But yeah, somebody mentioned the lost symbol a little bit earlier. We did for the TV show that was on Peacock. I don't know if you have Peacock in Scott. You do.
Yeah, we've just got it now.
Oh, okay. The lost symbol, we were doing a weekly breakdown of Masonic symbols, or what Dan or whoever the producers were, I won't blame Dan Brown, what the producers thought were Masonic symbols within that TV show. So if you've not seen that TV show, check out our mini series on the lost symbol. That was fun to do as well. And there's a lot of things they got wrong, so we helped dispel some of the incorrectness there. But yeah, I love Masonic education. That is the primary reason why I became a Mason, while I still am a Mason. So I think that one of the positive benefits of the pandemic, if you can even call them positive benefits, was, I get to meet with brothers from across the pond. I get to meet with brothers in other parts of Europe and things like that. I've expanded my, and hopefully everybody else's, list of Masonic brothers that they can recognize and talk to and share ideas with and communicate with. Brother Hasu is a perfect example. Never in my life would I have met Brother Hasu if it were not for the pandemic and people doing online masonry. And now I look forward to seeing him even at my own talks, because I know he asks really grilling questions and some of them are painful, but never in a million years would I have met him otherwise. So I'm grateful that we have a platform like this that we can talk and share ideas and communicate as brothers.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with you there. And today pays testimony to that, Joe. We've got brethren from Australia, from India, from South Africa, from Europe, from across the UK, and from the US. And I know when it goes up onto our YouTube channel, it will, and Jamaica, Philip, fantastic. And it certainly has helped. And as you know, with our weekly lockdown lecture, we went through number 98 last Tuesday, and I think we like to believe that we were at the vanguard in the UK, and we were certainly the first of the UK lodges to do the online education, which is fantastic. You see, I'm just scrolling through, Joe, before I say thank you, to see if PD Newman's with us. There is an iPhone there, but I'm not sure if he's actually arrived yet. Nobby, have you seen him come in?
No, I'm not seeing him. No.
No.
I can text him while we're shooting the breeze.
Yeah, and just so that everybody knows, there is real coffee available in UK.
It's all blurry. You need to take it back a bit.
That Dunkin' Donuts?
That's Dunkin' Donuts, yeah.
You are a scholar and a gentleman.
Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts.
Hasu, while we're waiting, do you want to ask some comments?
No, I was just going to say, just back what Brother Joe has been saying, that these forums have kept us going through the COVID pandemic, but in a way, it's opened up the true meaning of Masonry to all of us. So brought us together in a way that we would have never thought 10 years ago that we would do. Where we cover such a vast amount of subjects, which you never thought existed. Not necessarily connected directly, but indirectly to how we think about Masonry. But it's great. I mean, your effort, Joe coming on, people, his brothers and friends and people like you who make these events happen, and that's a great thing. I mean, it's much as appreciated by those whose gray cells are decreasing, and knowledge becomes a bit harder to connect with. But when someone else talks to you about it, it refreshes you. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
No, absolutely, and not to be the Debbie Downer in the room, but I mean, it really, I think platforms like this and other things that Masons are doing online really has invigorated at least here in the United States, because here in the United States, Freemasonry gets a bad rap of, we're boring meetings, and, we come dressed in overalls, and, we have green beans for dinner, and, it gets a bad rap for many different reasons. But I think that Freemasonry is local, right? Things happen at the local lodges. So, what works for a lodge is what works for them, as long as they're doing the great work. But I think this has honestly reinvigorated Masonic education, at least in this country. and taught some lodges that, oh, we can do this instead of, the same stuff that we've been doing for years. We can have a speaker come from across the pond and do a presentation for us while we're sitting in lodge. We can take, and this is why we put all of this stuff online. It's not secrets that we have to copyright and put on a book and keep on our bookshelf. This is for everybody to use and to move forward with. So
to be honest, I would have never known what I've learned in the last 2 years about the Grand Lodge of Scotland, its associations and its connections, and its when it, firstly it was mono masonry. You only thought of one Grand Lodge, and that was it. That was a universe, a Masonic universe as such. Whereas these sort of forums have brought together or opened up history beyond history as such. There's so much involved in masonry, and as many of you are members of Grand Lodge of Scotland, for me it's been wonderful to learn how much that Grand Lodge was involved in masonry from its origins and its creativity and sort of spreading the whole idea of masonry.
Yeah, I think actually we've been on many Zoom meetings over the last 18 months, and the likes of Bob Cooper and that telling us that those early stories and how we've come through Shaw and Murray and those sort of names. It has been a fantastic journey for so many. We've got a couple of other comments just put in. One a serious comment and one a less so serious comment from a couple of members of the lodge. The less so serious is sadly no 7-Elevens in the UK, Gerard. Yeah, but maybe one day, because everything else eventually does come over. And the serious one from your good friend Alan Turton, Ptolemaic Egypt and its civilization gave us the library at Alexandria, and our geometrician Euclid celebrated in our old churches. So,
no, he's your brother Alan. Sorry, my dog is having a seizure or something. She's not a Freemason. She's a Cowan. So, but no, brother Alan, you're absolutely right. And if I gave any negative connotations towards the Ptolemaic dynasties, in the purposes of the religion itself, that was probably my intent. But when it comes to how Egypt really became a multinational power, after Alexander the Great came and Hellenized Egypt, you're absolutely right. It opened up things like the Library of Alexandria, as you exactly put. So, in terms of culture and society and things like that, it absolutely grew. But that's really when the ancient Egyptian religions really started to not die off, but get changed. But that was really Alexander the Great's claim to fame, right? He was really good at integrating other cultures into the larger Greek ecosystem, but being polite about it. Like, hey, we like those gods. We're going to take those gods and incorporate them, as opposed to the Romans, where like, well, we like all this stuff, but we're going to rename it because we hate what you do. So we're going to steal it, rename it, and then we'll make it ours. So it was two different types of cultural appropriation. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It was a huge turning point in the ancient Near East when it came to how expansive their civilization became.
So, Joe, have you done any sort of research into the sort of orders that originated, the foundations of which were ancient Egypt, Mizraim and Egyptian rite and all that?
Yeah, I've read a little bit about rites of Memphis and the rites of Mizraim. I do say, and I did start the talk off by saying, I am not, as quote unquote esoteric as I like to be, I will never claim a direct correlation between the initiation rites of kingmakings to, our initiation rituals in Freemasonry. There is none. Now, is there a spiritual one? Absolutely. You can make the claim for that. But is there, there's a spiritual inheritance when it comes to initiation amongst all huge groups of people, right? So you can make that claim between Freemasonry and the rites of Eleusis, where we got a lot of information, at least in the lesser mysteries, that we can certainly equate to Freemasonry. But again, during the Age of Enlightenment, this is what everybody was reading, right? It was a revival. after the Renaissance of, you know, Greek Enlightenment thought. So this is where we got a lot of that stuff. And you know, I probably underscored how many famous and really notable Greek everything's mathematicians, theologians, philosophers made that trek to Egypt, studied there, and then brought it back to Greece. But yeah, I think that it's amazing how syncretic a lot of these things are, you know, when it comes to the similarities in the stories and its ultimate purpose, right? I mean, I say this in, you know, in my own lodge. What is the purpose of initiation? Is it to make a member or to make a Mason? Because those are two different things, unfortunately, right? You have members, people who pay dues year after year after year, but don't take the lessons to heart. And then you have Masons who, you know, contemplate and think about what they did and process that journey and make it their own. So
yeah, I think that's very apt as well, Joe. And I think Stephen O'Donnell's put a comment there in the chat, and it very probably possibly coins what the lockdown has given us, a revival of the geometric Mason.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, you are, Brother Stephen, you are the man with the buzzword. No, that's spot on. And you know, let's go back to Anderson. You know, he said not once and not twice, but quite a few times in his constitutions that he never got credit for. Geometry equals Masonry. You know, and you have that surface level opinion where, you know, okay, we're just talking about math. It's, you know, he's not talking about math. You know, and how to figure out the angle of a triangle. He's talking about, this is the language of creation, you know, as cheesy as that sounds, that really is what he's trying to say, is that geometry is not the why, but the how. This is how this works. This is how this moves. This is how this exists. And it's based on all these rules that we've come to understand through those liberal arts and sciences, through astronomy, through arithmetic, through geometry. So, you know, again, that's, people usually equate it with that surface level. It's like, why the hell do I have to learn geometry? It's like, well, because it teaches you more important things about, this is how the world works. You know.
Brother Alan, you've got your hand up. Alan, you're on mute.
Get down.
We're still not hearing you. I can see your lips moving.
No,
oh, there you are. We can hear you.
Are we there now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. It's one of the things that occurred to me is we were talking about initiation in relationship to the mysteries, and the bit that does cross over with this, of course, is when we install a master. If you watch the full installation of Elizabeth II, our Queen, it's a ceremony that empowers her so that she can feel she is that person when she takes charge of the country. And we do exactly the same thing when we install a master in the chair of our lodges. It's an empowerment thing. It's there to make the person feel like they have the ability to go and do that job and the confidence to go and do that job. My second comment that I put on the chat is what we have to remember when we talk about geometry, and this comes through very strongly in the old charges when they're discussing Euclid, is from a Platonic view, geometry and philosophy are a path to God. And as we get into Neoplatonism, this comes through very, very strongly, certainly pervades Freemasonry. And this is quite obvious. This is what they're talking about in the old charges. And of course, from this Neoplatonic idea in the Calvin Bible, the Bible Moralizee, we have a frontispiece, which depicts God as the grand geometrician of the universe holding a pair of compasses over the earth. So that's another Masonic connection that we tend to forget. And of course, in Freemasonry, we talk as God as the great architect, a Platonic idea, and as the grand geometrician of the universe when we come to our second degree. And that's a path that I think many faces of Freemasonry fail to project. And that is a journey that we make through the fact that we all, Universalist Freemasons, believe in God.
Thank you, Alan, for that input there as well. And I think Joe agrees with you in the comments.
He does.
Brian, I've reached out to PD by a messenger as well. And I think, Joe, did you manage to hear anything back from him?
I did. He says he just replied back 2 minutes ago. He says, I'm having connectivity issues, but I'm rebooting everything.
Okay, so we will wait for him, because if we hadn't heard, I would have drawn this very interesting and educational afternoon to a close. However, we will give him 2 or 3 minutes to rejoin us. But while we're waiting, can I just thank Stewart Clelland for opening up this afternoon with that fascinating insight into one of our own, as they say here. And wouldn't it be lovely if we could have him transport through time and join us at our Harmony board to be one of our speakers? I'm sure that would be a really entertaining night.
Who are they saying? Me?
No, Joe.
Oh, good. Yeah.
You're more than welcome to come and join us.
So we are. So it's funny you said that. I have a dear brother and friend. Maybe some of you know him, Brother Robert Sawers, who comes and he used to, before the pandemic, he used to come and visit Virginia once a year with his dad, also Brother Robert Sawers.
Yeah.
And I believe they live near Edinburgh. And we are planning, pandemic aside, we've been planning it for 2.5 years now, the family trip to, we're going to go see Greece. And then on the way back, we're probably going to stay in Scotland for a week. So, yeah, we're thinking summertime. Again, based on the pandemic, this is the 3rd summer that we've been planning it, and it keeps getting pushed back. So we'll see what happens.
Well, if it's the same Robert Sawers as this, he is
that handsome fella right there. Yes, that's him.
That's him doing a little TikTok that he's learned to do.
PD is calling me. Give me one.
He's needing the link again, so I'll just do that.
Brother Joe, you're going to join us on our trip to Greece this summer with Internet Lodge.
He sorry, PD called. He's got a new laptop, and I'm sending him the Zoom link now, and he should be logging in momentarily. What was the question? I missed the question.
Brother Joe, were you intending to join us on our Internet Lodge trip to Greece?
When is that?
March? Sorry, no. May.
No, we have to wait so we were gonna, like I said, we're gonna make it a family trip. So we're thinking at least 3 weeks in Europe. I mean, why go for a week? That's a waste of time and money. But we were thinking at least 3.5 weeks. So we're gonna have to wait till the kids are out of school in June. So after mid-June, we can plan to make that trip.
I do agree with you. When I make my trips, I join several things together and make a bean feast of it.
Absolutely. All
well,
right.
If you are over with Robert, Joe, it'd be good if we might try to meet you face to face as well.
Absolutely, yeah. We plan on. Yeah, Brother Robert said he's going to show us the sites, and we're definitely going to do. Definitely do Scotland for a few days. We've never been. I've been to other places in Europe, and my daughter wants to go back to Greece because we love Greece. But we're gonna skip over England. So sorry, English folk, and go right to Scotland and stay there for a little while.
Yeah, and I think when you're over, if you Robert, let me know. We'll see if we can get you into here. So coming in,
that'd be lovely. Yeah.
To St John's Chapel in Edinburgh, arguably the oldest lodge room in the world, purpose built. So we will do that.
I love it.
Let's see, so Hopefully, I've just said yes, and he should be joining us.
Yeah.
Here we are.
There he is.
Brother
So-
Newman, welcome.
So while he's getting his audio ready, brethren, I have to go because I'm stuck with the kids today. So thank you so much for having me. This was truly an honor. I love all of you, and hopefully I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Brother Joe Martinez. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Joe.
Take care.
Hey, guys.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you,
As
brother.
one of our American brethren leaves us, our final American speaker for the afternoon joins us, and it's a great pleasure for me to welcome Brother Newman as our final speaker of our second annual Masonic Esoteric Symposium. Brother P.D. Newman, it's a pleasure to have you here, and I'm delighted that you've managed to get through your technical challenges and be here, but we were able to fill some time. There was some interesting chat, but we look forward to you rounding up this wonderful afternoon of esotericism and Freemasonry. Just as way of introduction, P.D. Newman is an internationally recognized author and lecturer specializing in the use of entheogenic compounds in magical religious settings, a member of both the Masonic fraternity and the Society of Rosicrucians. His book, Alchemically Stoned, The Psychedelic Secret of Freemasonry, explores the use of the powerful hallucinogenic compound DMT by a number of 18th century Masonic alchemists. He's additionally been published in a number of periodicals, including the Transactions of the Mississippi Lodge of Research, the Scottish Rite Journal, Knight Templar Magazine Ad Lucem, The Square, Rocky Mountain Mason, Fraternal Review, Invisible College, Dragibus Ethnomycological Journals, and in 2016, he was awarded for his placing in the worldwide Scottish Rite Journal Essay Contest. And I'm delighted to welcome him to talk to us about Alchemically Stoned, the Psychedelic Secret of Freemasonry. And I was watching The Chase, which is one of the daytime entertainment quiz shows here in the UK. And one of the questions relates to one of the subjects that you're going to talk to us about, the Philosopher's Stone. So,
interesting.
So Brother P.D. Newman, the virtual floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Again, brethren, I apologize for my issues this morning. The laptop I started with was not cooperating. I couldn't get it online, but we were able to find one that works and get this program on the show. Let me give me 1 second to get situated here. Now, like you said, I'm going to talk to you about the Philosopher's Stone, but I'm going to talk to you about a specific tradition of this of this alchemical sort of movement that found its way into Freemasonry. And so when we talk about alchemy, it's important to keep in mind that there's not just one alchemy. There was in the beginning in ancient Egypt. Back then, it was concerned mostly with the dyeing of metals for temple paraphernalia and statuary. But by the time we get to the Middle Ages, especially in Europe, we have multiple traditions of alchemy where a number of different solutions are applied to the problem of the Philosopher's Stone, many of which work. This particular tradition is unique in that it found its way into Freemasonry, and it's a tradition that involves, as you said, entheogenic drugs. Now, entheogens, the word entheogen was coined by Carl A.P. Ruck and his company of scholars. He's a professor of classics at Boston University, and he chose that word over words like psychedelic or hallucinogenic, mainly because the context in which the people that were using them weren't using them in psychedelic or hallucinogenic contexts. That is, they weren't using them to manifest contents of the mind, which is what psychedelic means, which is a very late application of the idea. And they weren't using it to, as they thought, hallucinate, see things that weren't there. And the way they perceived these experiences was in a divine context, framed it as a religious experience. So Ruck opted to use the term entheogen, which means that which generates an experience of the divine within oneself. So in a visionary state or a meditative state, a magical state, mystical states of consciousness is what it refers to, and specifically to agents that would induce those states of consciousness. So the book I'm going to talk to you about today is my new book. My first book was Alchemically Stoned, but it has a number of limitations in that when I wrote that book, we weren't sure really where this tradition came from or where it went. In my new book, we tie up those loose ends. So I'm going to talk to you today about my new book, Angels in Vermilion, The Philosopher's Stone from D to DMT. I'm going to need to go ahead and share my screen here. Can everyone see that okay?
Yeah, that's it coming up now, yeah.
Okay. Part 1, Freemasonry and the Sprig of Acacia. Founded in London in 1717, the Masonic fraternity was described by the Scottish Freemason William Preston as a peculiar system of morality veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. One of those symbols is the Sprig of Acacia, said to have marked the grave site of the Masonic Grandmaster Hiram Abiff, who was the allegorical chief architect and master of works at the construction of King Solomon's Temple. As Hungarian chemist and psychiatrist Stefan Istvan Zara discovered in 1956, many species of acacia are possessed of the powerful hallucinogenic compound N,N-dimethyltryptamine, better known as DMT, the so-called spirit molecule. We'll explore how over 2 centuries prior to the discovery of the psychedelic effects of DMT, the Royal Society's fascination with the angelic actions of Elizabethan advisor Dr. John Dee and his alchemist assistant, Sir Edward Kelly, led to the creation of an entheogenic brand of alchemical Freemasonry. There, candidates for initiation were administered psychedelic doses of DMT via a psychoactive species of acacia. However, before we get into that, let us first see how the gentle craft of Freemasonry has dovetailed in the past with the royal art of alchemy, and coincidentally with the Royal Society. The convergence of Freemasonry with alchemy goes at least as far back as the 1640s, when Elias Ashmole was among the first to be made a speculative Mason. The antiquary and biographer of Elizabethan advisor, Dr. Dee, Elias Ashmole published a collection of alchemical manuscripts in 1650, Fasciculus Chemicus, which was written by one Arthur Dee, the son of Dr. John Dee, while serving as court physician to Tsar Alexei Mikhailovich in Russia. 2 years later, he published his more important work, Theatricum Chemicum Britannicum, an extensively annotated compilation of alchemical poems in the English language, among them being Sir Edward Kelly's work, Kelly being Dee's personal scryer or seer. We'll return to Dee and Kelly later. Another convergence of Freemasonry with alchemy occurred in the early 1720s, nearly a century after Ashmole, when French-born British clergyman John Theophilus Desaguliers served as the 3rd Grand Master of the premier Grand Lodge in London. A fellow himself, Desaguliers acted as research assistant to Sir Isaac Newton in the Royal Society, each of whom are known to have been alchemically inclined, if not actual practicing alchemists. In fact, in early 2016, a recipe for the production of the Philosopher's Stone, taken from American alchemist George Starkey and written in Newton's own hand, was discovered in a private collection. Moreover, research by Audrey T. Carpenter has uncovered a letter wherein the Duke of Chandos urged Desaguliers to persuade the alchemist Baron Silberg, who claimed to have been successful in the transmutation of base metals into gold via quicksilver, into giving up some of his alchemical secrets. At the very least, these associations demonstrate that Desaguliers and Newton, like Ashmole before them, harbored more than a passing interest in the royal art. Further, Ashmole and Desaguliers were not only notable Freemasons and alchemists, but they were also members of the Royal Society. Prior to Desaguliers' election as Grand Master, There was no mention of a sprig of acacia anywhere in the rituals of Freemasonry. Rather, the reference was to a sprig of cassia, a cinnamon-like plant native to southern China. While possessed of both eugenol and coumarin, a stimulant and a sedative, respectively, cassia alone does not qualify as a hallucinogen. Following Desaguliers' stint as Grandmaster, cassia became acacia in virtually every Masonic lodge in Europe, as evinced by the numerous exposures of the era. According to Masonic historian Dr. David Harrison, Desaguliers was very likely behind that change. Harrison points out in his groundbreaking book, The Genesis of Freemasonry, that along with fellow clergyman James Anderson, Desaguliers was instrumental in the development of the Master Mason degree as we have come to know it, bringing with him the curious symbol of the sprig of acacia. Acacia is a genus of nearly 1,000 species of tree, some 100 of which are known to contain concentrated amounts of the powerful psychedelic compound DMT. DMT has been used in a ceremonial context among a number of indigenous groups, most notably among the ayahuasca drinking tribes of Amazonia and the Yopo snuffing peoples in the Caribbean. Ayahuasca, also known as yahe, is a ceremonial beverage prepared by combining the DMT-containing plants, such as Psychotria viridis and Diplopteris cabrerana, with the monoamine oxidase inhibitor-containing vine Banisteriopsis caapi. DMT is not normally orally active due to the presence of monoamine oxidase in the gut. However, when combined with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, or MAOI, it becomes active. The effects are profoundly psychedelic and last for up to 6 hours after drinking. Ayahuasca use was first documented by Spanish Christian missionaries to South America in the 16th century and was eloquently described by them as the work of the devil. Yopo, on the other hand, also known as epina, is a ritualistic snuff that is prepared by combining the DMT-rich seeds of the acacia-like Enadinanthera colubrina or Enadinanthera peregrina trees with calcium carbonate that has been created from the calcinated shells of crustaceans, thereby rendering the snuff absorbable by the mucous membranes in the nasal cavity. Unlike ayahuasca, the effects of Yopo last only a few minutes after each insufflation. Radiocarbon testing of materials recovered at Inca Cueva, a site northwest of Humahuaca in the Puna border of Jujuy province, Argentina, suggests that the use of Yopo seeds as a hallucinogen is over 4,000 years old. Amazingly, in an article known to be in the Royal Society's possession, Yopo was actually documented by none other than Christopher Columbus during his second voyage to the Americas from 1493 to 1496, where he remarked upon a reddish, cinnamon-colored powder that the natives were in the habit of blowing up one another's nostrils. This was accomplished with the use of a hollowed-out cane or stick, he noted, roughly a foot long and carved especially for the purpose of insufflating Yopo. The powder is traditionally created from the seeds of the Enadinanthera colubrina and peregrina trees, although when its use among the Maypure Indians of Orinoco was first reported by the explorer A. von Humboldt in 1801, he identified the source of the reddish powder as Acacia neopo. While ayahuasca is not traditionally prepared from a species of acacia, the latter has certainly been known to have been used in a multitude of inebriating and even entheogenic contexts. In Mexico, for example, the roots of Acacia angustifolia are added to pulque, a fermented beverage prepared from the agave cactus. In West Africa, leaves and bark of Acacia campylacantha are added to dolo, a brew prepared from sorghum, penicetum, and honey. Dolo is said to impart strength in its drinker and lift the mood. In Indonesia, India, and Malaysia can be found Acacia ketechu, from which is concocted a substance used as an additive to betel quids. Betel quids are consumed by putting a small quid in the mouth between the gum and cheek, similar to how chewing tobacco is consumed. Depending on the mixture, betel quids can act as either a stimulant or a sedative. In India, too, are two more species of acacia, Acacia nilotica and Acacia farnesiana, from which are prepared traditional aphrodisiacs and muscle relaxants. In South America, a brew called balche is prepared from the bark of Acacia cornigera. And in Australia, a wide variety of acacia leaves are burned as a sacred and medicinal smoke. Even here in America, ever since the creation of laws surrounding the use of sassafras root, a precursor to MDMA or ecstasy in foods, the root bark of a species of acacia, albeit not a psychoactive variety, has been a key ingredient in some soft drinks, including the world famous Biloxi, Mississippi-based Barks root beer. So how exactly did a French-born British clergyman come Newtonian scientist and Masonic Grandmaster come to deposit an alien symbol of such entheogenic potency as the sprig of acacia into the already workable initiation rituals of a reformed medieval stonemasons guild? To answer that, we'll first need to turn back toward Elizabethan England, where a pair of daring visionary alchemists were prepared to go to basically any means necessary to elicit intercourse with what they perceived to be angelic, heavenly entities. Part 2, angelic actions. From visions of magical beings of light to encounters with trans-dimensional spirits, one of the most common experiences reported by users of DMT and other entheogenic compounds is that of contact with what is repeatedly described as angelic entities. According to Dr. Rick Strassman, a clinical associate professor of psychology at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine, quote, all spiritual disciplines describe quite psychedelic accounts of transformative experiences, encounters with angelic entities, and a loving presence underlying all of reality. These experiences cut across all denominations. They are also characteristic of a fully psychedelic DMT trip, end quote. Holy books aside, perhaps the most famous example of angelic close encounters comes from the private diaries of astrologer, alchemist, and occultist, Dr. John Dee, suspected English spy and personal advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. Though a seasoned astronomer, mathematician, and philosopher, Dee's primary interest was that of discourse with angels. Unable to see or hear the angels himself, Dee was in the habit of employing the aid of a seer or scryer. It was in this capacity that in 1582, Dee hired one Edward Kelly, also known as Edward Talbot, an occultist, alchemist, and suspected charlatan of ill repute that was pilloried before having his ears cropped for the crime of coining, that is, forgery which involved counterfeiting silver or gold coins with adulterated metals. Where Dee had hired other scryers in the past for the purpose of initiating angelic communication, all to little or no avail, Kelly was apparently amazingly successful in the endeavor, producing immediate and remarkable results. For the following 7 years until 1589, Dee regularly held intensive seance-like sessions with the angels, Kelly always acting in the capacity of seer. While it was clearly Dee who benefited most from the two men's relationship and arrangement, it was actually Kelly who sought Dee out. Indeed, at some point before going into Dee's employ, Kelly had come in possession of a strange alchemical manuscript called the Book of Dunstan, and a small amount of mysterious red powder identified by Kelly as the magical philosopher's stone of alchemical lore. It was Kelly's suspicion that the manuscript held the key to both the preparation of more of the red powder and how to prepare from said powder an elixir that was accessible only to a very few alchemists. Just as molecules of metal are transformed under great increase of temperature, so the emotional elements in human nature undergo an increased intensity of vibrations which transforms them and makes them spiritual. The secret of the philosopher's stone enabled a man's soul to attain unity with the divine spirit. It was Kelly's sincere but secret hope that Dee, already an accomplished alchemist, might assist him in deciphering the contents of the Dunstan manuscript. Kelly waited a year or longer, gaining the good doctor's trust while dazzling him with angelic apocalypses before unveiling the red powder and the Book of Dunstan before Dee. We know from the latter's diaries that of the period that the yarn Kelly spun at the time for Dee, whose ambition to communicate with angelic beings no doubt subsued his skepticism and rendered him naive and gullible, was that he and another man, one John Husey, had been led to the mysterious objects at Northwick Hill near Blokely in the Cotswolds by, quote, a spiritual creature. According to Kelly, they had found these items by the direction and leading of some such a spiritual creature, who then told them to return to D for an exposition of the meaning of the scroll, which was written in strange characters. The scroll contained the names of 10 places where the Danes had allegedly buried treasure in England. The powder was a form of the philosopher's stone, and the book was written by the 10th century Archbishop of Canterbury, St. Dunstan, and contained the secrets of that philosopher's stone. This colorful explanation was no doubt titillating to Dee. However, it was also most likely a blatant lie. The more probable explanation is that Kelly acquired the powder and manuscript from an innkeeper while traveling through Wales. As this story goes, one night the innkeeper brought out a tattered old book he was accustomed to showing his customers as a curiosity, this unintelligible old manuscript. He showed it to Kelly, who was quite well aware of the profits sometimes to be derived from old papers, and inquired the origin of this manuscript. It appeared that a few years before, during the religious wars, some Protestant soldiers had rifled the grave of a Catholic bishop, who during his lifetime had been a very rich man. In the grave, they found this manuscript and 2 ivory balls, one red and the other white. Even as the innkeeper was showing Kelly the manuscript, his children were playing with the ball. Thinking the balls worthless, one of the soldiers thoughtlessly tossed the white ivory ball aside, thereby breaking it on the hard ground to reveal a strange white powder contained inside that what wasn't blown away by the ensuing wind was completely lost to the moist soil. Seeing this, the unnamed soldier thought it better to take the red ivory ball back with him and see if he might sell it in town. It was in this manner that the innkeeper came to be in its possession, who then sold the relics to Kelly. As to the composition of these mysterious red and white powders, with reference to the German alchemist and physician Heinrich Kunrath, the famous Swiss psychiatrist Carl Gustav Jung declared, quote, "Originally, the white powder was gum arabic. Thus, Heinrich Kunrath declares that the red gum is the resin of the wise, a synonym for the transforming substance," end quote. Gum arabic, otherwise known as acacia gum, is produced from the saps of a number of acacia species, most predominantly Acacia senegal and Acacia nilotica, both of which are known carriers of dimethyltryptamine. DMT, on the other hand, is found within the crimson-purple inner root bark of various species of acacia. The one is produced from one part of the tree, the other from another part. Insofar as most authorities on alchemy agree that both the white and the red powders originate from one and the same prima materia, it should be obvious what that materia must be. Do not be fooled by the use of the term gum here. As anyone who has dabbled in incense making knows well, gum arabic is regularly sold in a white powder form, just as DMT, also often found as a white powder, when crudely extracted from acacia, is commonly found instead in the form of a reddish orange-pink goo or gum. In fact, when he first encountered actual DMT crystals, the psychedelic philosopher Terence McKenna, in his rap Alien Dreamtime, reported that the tryptamine stone resembled orange mothballs. If, as Jung and Kunrath suggest, the white powder does indeed answer to gum arabic, it is perhaps clear then that the red powder, identified by Kunrath as the red gum or resin of the wise, must correspond to the ruddy, DMT-rich layer of bark inside the roots of Acacia senegal, Acacia nilotica, and other related species that produce both gum arabic and DMT. Part 3, Elias Ashmole. While he himself was not known to have been a practicing operative alchemist, Ashmole was certainly an alchemical enthusiast, and he believed that alchemy was the key to Kelly's discourse with angelic spirits. We noted that Ashmole was responsible for publishing 2 important collections of alchemical manuscripts, Fasciculus Chemicus in 1650 and Theatricum Chemicum Britannicum in 1652. The former work was written by John Dee's only surviving son, Arthur Dee, who became an accomplished alchemist in his own right. As a young boy, Arthur recalled being present at one of Kelly's demonstrations of the stone, which no doubt made a lasting impression. The second title, an extensively annotated compilation of alchemical poems in the English language, contains another tract connected to Dee, labeled Sir Edward Kelly's Work. Now, not surprisingly, in the Origins of Tantra, Drugs, and Western Occultism, OTO ritual discloser Francis King said of Theatricum Chemicum Britannicum, quote, "I think Ashmole refers to processes designed to extract hallucinogens from plant substances," end quote. He may be correct. In the Prolegomena of Theatricum Chemicum Britannicum, Ashmole writes of the angelical stone, quote, "The angelical stone affords the apparition of angels and gives a power of conversing with them by dreams and revelations. Nor dare any evil spirit approach the place where it lodgeth," end quote. As we shall see, this belief that the angelical stone affords the apparition of angels and gives the power of conversing with them would make a significant impact on the interests and activities of Robert Boyle and the fledgling Royal Society. In 1672, Ashmole was finally able to acquire Dee's personal diaries from a London confectioner called Mr. Jones. Discovered in a secret drawer in the bottom of an old chest, Jones's maid is said to have used no less than 7 of the pages as kindling for the hearth before her employer realized their value. Even so, in the 4 years between 1672 and 1676, Ashmole furiously began translating and working practically with what remained of Dee's complex system of angel magic. As Dee's biographer, Ashmole was responsible for relaying the story of Kelly's red powder to Robert Boyle, his fellow in the Royal Society, which substance the pair believed was behind Dee and Kelly's miraculous angelic visions. Boyle, as we shall see, was already preoccupied with an alchemical red powder. It is therefore to the proto-chemist, Robert Boyle, and to the Royal Society which he founded that we now turn. Part 4, the Royal Society. Robert Boyle is often recalled today as the father of modern chemistry. In addition to his earth-moving theory that elements constituted perfectly unmingled bodies which were constantly colliding and in motion, Boyle is perhaps best known for Boyle's Law, a physical law describing the inversely proportional relationship between the absolute pressure and volume of a gas when the temperature is kept constant in a closed system. A founder of the Royal Society, which was created for the purpose of promoting the scientific method, Boyle was elected a fellow in 1663 and was eventually elected its president in 1680, although he declined that position. However, what Boyle is not remembered for is his fascination with and pursuit of incorporeal spirits and hallucinogenic drugs. Indeed, it would appear that after Ashmole presented Kelly's tale, the entire society became fascinated with psychoactive substances. For example, in 2010, the Royal Society put on display a list of items Boyle wanted to acquire for the society to study. To our surprise, among those items were listed, quote, "Potent drugs to alter or exalt imagination, drugs to procure innocent sleep and pleasing dreams, drugs exemplified by the Egyptian electuary, and the fungus mentioned by the French author, namely hallucinogenic drugs," end quote. Cannabis historian Chris Bennett explains, quote, "Egyptian electuary is likely a reference to Egyptian hashish electuaries such as Majum or Dawam Mesk. The fungus mentioned by the French author may allude to a reference to an agaric mushroom in a possible entheogenic context recorded by Rabelais, agaric being a species of mushroom that includes known psychoactive strains such as fly agaric," end quote. Furthermore, in 1670 and later in 1689, alchemist, natural philosopher, architect, and polymath Robert Hooke, whom Boyle recommended be the curator of experiments at the Royal Society in 1662, delivered 2 lectures to the Society on the psychoactive and physical effects of hashish. As Harrison points out, Hooke's friend, Sea Captain Robert Knox, brought back from his travels a strange, intoxicating herb like hemp from one of his trips and gave it to Sir Isaac Newton's rival, Robert Hooke. Quote, "It is a certain plant which grows very common in India 'Tis called by the Moors ganja, by the Chengalese kamsa, and by the Portugals bong. The dose of it is about as much as may fill a common tobacco pipe, the leaves and seeds being dried first and then finally powdered. It taketh away the memory and understanding, so that the patient understands not, nor remembereth anything that he seeth, heareth, or doth in that ecstasy. After a little time he falls asleep, and sleepeth very soundly and quietly. And when he awakes, he finds himself mightily refreshed and exceeding hungry. End quote. Ergo, the Royal Society was investigating hallucinogenic drugs, including hashish and magic mushrooms, virtually since its inception. And we can be fairly certain that Ashmole, as Dee's biographer, was ultimately responsible. Recollect that in the Prolegomena of Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum, Ashmole wrote of the lapis, quote, "The angelical stone affords the apparition of angels and gives a power of conversing with them by dreams and revelations," end quote. Robert Boyle seems to have shared this sentiment. In his essay titled Dialogue on the Converse with Angels, aided by the Philosopher's Stone, Boyle confesses, quote, "It seems somewhat unaccountable and therefore incredible that a little powder that is truly corporal as powder of post or of brick should be able to attract or invite incorporeal and intelligent beings that have neither need nor use of gold to converse familiarly with those that perhaps by chance or fraud have made themselves possessors of a few drams or ounces of transmuting powder. For what affinity or congruity can there be betwixt the stupid and inanimate elixir and a rational and immortal spirit that these happy beings should delight to hover about it, and for its sake should be quite contrary to the custom, if not also to the polity of those blessed spirits, to discover themselves in a sensible way to the chemist that carries it about him and converse familiarly with a sinful and perhaps too an ignorant mortal, from whose conversation what advantage can we suppose they can expect to reap," end quote. Merker elaborated in his 2014 article, Drugs and the Occult, quote, "Robert Boyle adopted Ashmole's trope, stating it was possible or lawful by the help of a red powder, which is but corporal and even an inanimate thing, to acquire communion with incorporeal spirits. The stone," Merker added perceptibly, "was psychoactive." Quote, "Ashmole explicitly asserted that the angelical stone was psychoactive, for it affords the apparition of the angels. The ethereal experience was induced by the red stone," end quote. It is clear that Boyle's interest was piqued, and like our Elizabethan Magus and Litchfield antiquary, while completely invested in the fledgling scientific method, Boyle was more than a little interested in communication with what he termed incorporeal spirits. Jason Louv pointed out in his book, John Dee and the Empire of Angels, that Kelly's powder indeed could have been a drug. Quote, "The pharmacopoeia of Elizabethan England is far removed from us," says Louv, "but whatever its contents, England's alchemists surely had first pick," end quote. However, it is really immaterial whether or not Kelly's red powder was actually a drug. To be sure, Dee's diaries indicate something far more complicated was afoot than simple drug use alone. What is important is that Ashmole and Boyle believed that Kelly's powder was a drug. Moreover, they believed that this drug was responsible for Dee and Kelly's regular and miraculous angelic actions. Boyle's insight into and fascination with Kelly's red powder represents perhaps one of the earliest scientific inquiries into what we now term altered states of consciousness, placing the founder and fellow of the Royal Society at the fore of the developing discipline of psychology, a mental behavioral science that wouldn't officially be established for another century. It is from this pharmacognosistic psychedelic background that John Theophilus de Sagulier, research assistant to Sir Isaac Newton in the Royal Society, emerged when he was elected to serve as the third Grand Master of the Premier Grand Lodge in London, the same man whom is responsible for injecting the psychedelic sprig of acacia into Masonic ritual. Part 5, Cagliostro's Egyptian Rite. This might all be based appear to be based on conjecture, were it not for one man's explicit announcement of the entheogenic use of acacia in his Egyptian rite of Freemasonry, Count Alessandro di Cagliostro. In the apprentice and companion degrees of his rite, the acacia is referred to as being the primal matter in a very specific alchemical operation. When properly executed, this work results in the production of a cubical ashlar. The result is a purified crystalline stone or salt, ostensibly DMT crystals, that has been produced from the acacia. This stone is then dissolved into a red liqueur, which is afterward imbibed by the candidate for initiation. Cagliostro's ritual states, quote, "The acacia is the primal matter, and when the rough ashlar or mercurial part has been purified, it becomes cubical. It is thus that you may bring about the marriage of the sun and the moon, and that you shall obtain the perfect projection. Quantum sufficit et quantum appetit." Now that phrase is a phrase used by pharmacists and apothecaries to designate that you can take as much as you'd like or as much as you have appetite for. It's a Latin phrase that's specifically connected to the dispersing of drugs in pharmacies. "The candidate shall drink the red liqueur placed upon the master's altar, thereby raising his spirit in order to understand the following speech, which the worshipful master shall address to him at the same time. My child, you are receiving the primal matter. Learn that the great God created before man this primal matter, and that he then created man to possess it and be immortal. Man abused it and lost it, but it still exists in the hands of the elect of God, and from a single grain of this precious matter becomes a projection into infinity. The acacia, which has been given to you at the degree of Master of Ordinary Masonry, is nothing but that precious matter, and Hiram's assassination is the loss of the liquid which you have just drank," end quote. We cannot know which species of acacia Cagliostro was using, but we can say with a fair amount of certainty that it was an entheogenic one. Given his far-reaching Egyptian proclivities, the DMT-rich Acacia nilotica, which appears in Egyptian art and myth in abundance, is an obvious candidate. A libation of acacia also appears in La Très Sainte Trino Sophie, a late 18th century alchemical manuscript attributed to Cagliostro and found in his possession upon his arrest by the Inquisition. La Très Sainte Trino Sophie depicts in its colorful pages a magical bird, perhaps the mythical phoenix, perched on an altar and holding within its beak a sprig of acacia. That the sprig is indeed intended to be a species of acacia is evidenced by the clearly defined bipinnate compound leaf structure, characteristic of acacia and related species. In section 6 of La Très Sainte Trino Sophie, the same wherein the bird and the acacia appear, we read, quote, "He handed me in a crystal cup a shining liqueur of saffron hue. Its taste was delicious and it emitted an exquisite aroma. I was about to hand the cup back to him after moistening my lips in the liquor when the old man said, 'Drink it all. It will be thy only nourishment during thy journeys.' I obeyed and felt a divine fire course through all the fibers of my body. I was stronger, braver, even my intellectual powers seemed doubled," end quote. It is beyond suspicion that the shining liqueur of saffron hue described in La Très Sainte Trino Sophie is one and the same with the red liqueur mentioned in the rituals of Cagliostro's Egyptian rite, where the one generated a divine fire that coursed throughout the body, increasing strength, bravery, and intellect in its wake. The other raised the spirit while increasing understanding. All of these symptoms are consistent with the effects of low to moderate doses of DMT. Truly, in 1966, James Fadiman and Willis Harmon conducted the psychedelics and problem-solving experiment. The researchers administered low doses of mescaline to professional people, including engineers, mathematicians, and architects, who were highly motivated to solve a problem they had been working on for 3 months or more without success. Virtually all of the subjects reported making significant breakthroughs and producing solutions that were validated by independent tests and eventually commercial acceptance of their solutions. A more recent study conducted by Thomas Anderson of the University of Toronto and Rotem Petrenker of the University of York found that those who had taken microdoses of psychedelic drugs such as LSD and psilocybin, quote, scored higher on measures of wisdom, open-mindedness, and creativity, end quote. Following the turn of the 19th century, Cagliostro's manuscript would go on to influence the formation of a Masonic lodge, Les Trinosophistes, formed by Belgian Freemason J.M. Regan, who Manly P. Hall imagines could have known the author of Lettres Sainte Trinosophie as a young man. According to one source, quote, it is on the occult properties of the three equal lines or sides of the triangle that Regan based his studies and founded the famous Masonic Society of Trinosophistes, end quote. Regan, who in his own work, Occult Masonry, wrote at length of experiments in somnambulism or trance involving hashish, datura, henbane, and belladonna, writes, quote, the first line of the triangle afforded to the apprentice for study is the mineral kingdom. The second line on which the companion has to meditate is the vegetable kingdom. In this kingdom begins the generation of the bodies. This is why the letter G is presented radiant before the eyes of the adept. The third side is left to the master mason, who has to complete his education by the study of the animal kingdom, end quote. Thus, even at the heart of Regan's Les Trinosophistes, we find a highly suggestive alchemical treatment of Masonic symbolism. One line in particular is worth scrutinizing. In the vegetable kingdom begins the generation of the bodies. We take this sentence to mean that it is in the vegetable kingdom, using plant alchemy, where one will discover the secrets of spiritual regeneration. Cagliostro himself even prescribed a certain alchemical retreat for the purpose of effecting regeneration in some of his more advanced adepti. Consider the following ritual, which comes from an alchemical manuscript titled Thesarorum Thesaurus from 1580, a document written by Paracelsus. For regeneration, quote, the candidate will shut himself up in a house in the countryside, having a room whose windows are to the south. The 17th day, he will take some white drops of balm of azoth, 6 in the morning and 6 in the evening, and increasing the dose 2 drops by day until the 32nd. The 33rd day, after the same regime, he will remain in bed until the end of the quarantine. He will take a grain of materia prima. On first waking, he will absorb a first grain of universal medicine. He will repeat this the following days. After an unconsciousness of 3 hours, then convulsions, perspirations, and considerable evacuations, he will change the bed linen. The following day, he takes the second grain of universal medicine. A deep sleep will follow. The hair, teeth, the nails, and skin will blacken and fall off and be renewed. The 40th day, he will return home rejuvenated and perfectly recreated, end quote. As to what these white drops of balm of azoth actually consist of, we can only speculate. If they happen to be some form of an MAOI, it would make sense that Cagliostro should allow this substance to build up in the system of the candidate prior to the latter's reception of the grains of materia prima and universal medicine. Another possibility is that the drop served as some sort of purgative, purging and purifying the candidate prior to his administration of the grains. In either case, significantly, the purgative properties of ayahuasca and its analogs have long been touted, with the brew being known in some regions as simply la purga, the purge. A grain, of course, is a unit of measurement used for dispensing drugs, equal to roughly 60 milligrams. We know from Cagliostro's ritual for his Egyptian rite that the materia prima is a species of acacia, and the universal medicine, the tryptamine stone prepared therefrom by alchemical means. Moreover, the effects of the universal medicine, subjective no doubt, including the death and regeneration of the skin, nails, teeth, etc., are in keeping with something known in anthropology as shamanic dismemberment, a phenomenon which is extremely common to both shamanic initiation and tryptamine intoxication. Religious historian Mircea Eliade explains, quote, both spontaneous vocation and the quest for initiation involve a more or less symbolical ritual of mystical death, sometimes suggested by a dismemberment of the body and renewal of the organs, equivalent to re-entering the womb of this primordial life, that is, to a complete renewal or regeneration, to a mystical rebirth, end quote. Cultural historian and philosopher Jeremy Nadler, in his amazing book, Temple of the Cosmos, provides some insight into the psychic nature of shamanic dismemberment. Quote, in the process of initiation, the overall experience of unitary self-consciousness was broken down altogether in order to rebuild it more strongly. The important initiatory idea of dismemberment becomes comprehensible when it is seen as the only way of describing the experience of catastrophic psychic fragmentation. The mutilation of the body undergone by Osiris was the prototype of psychic fragmentation that must have been experienced by the initiate in a psychophysical way. This psychic fragmentation was precipitated by a prelude to the initiates re-identifying with a new psychic center that transcended the distributed psyche. The healing of the limbs, the restoration of the members of the dismembered body, is a theme that runs through the sacred literature of ancient Egypt. It was the climax of the Osirian initiation, which involved the experience of dismemberment. This was the final rite of passage, end quote. What we're seeing with Cagliostro's retreat for regeneration, therefore, is nothing shy of a sort of shamanesque alchemical initiation, replete with an ayahuasca analog, the motif of shamanic dismemberment, and followed by a rebirth or regeneration experience. Our concluding remarks. From virtual obscurity to prohibition and the asinine war on drugs, to the current psychedelic renaissance and the present state of decriminalization and ayahuasca tourism, DMT has come a long way since its enjoyment as the lapis philosophorum during the apex of Western alchemy. To begin with, in an attempt to discover the source and function of endogenous DMT production within the human body, Dr. Rick Strassman became the first scientist to conduct government-sanctioned research on humans with a scheduled psychedelic since the 1970s. DMT was largely unknown to the modern Western world up until the publication of Strassman's book, DMT, the Spirit Molecule. Between 1990 and 1995, Strassman administered some 400 doses of DMT to nearly 6 human volunteers. Not unlike Osman's M substance theory in regard to perceptions and behavioral symptoms exhibiting psychosis, Strassman hypothesized that endogenous DMT could be responsible for near-death and other spontaneous, mystical, visionary, and even psychotic experiences. In a surreal turn of events, the research which led to the publication of Strassman's book was funded by none other than the Scottish Rite Schizophrenia Research Foundation, a subsidiary of the Northern Masonic jurisdiction of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. As the story goes, LSD researcher Daniel Xander Friedman, who passed away in '93, was a big supporter of Strassman's work and served on the scientific advisory panel of the Scottish Rite Schizophrenia Research Foundation. Friedman advised Strassman to apply for a grant from the foundation and assured him he would do all he could to get the DMT project funded. The resulting book generated a wave of public interest in DMT. We learned from another study in 2014, published by the Journal of the Royal Society Interface, that the method by which psilocybin, which is DMT's sister molecule, works its magic in the human brain is by silencing what is known as the default mode network, or DMN, the space wherein one's ego or sense of self is perceived. The default mode network is a collection of hub centers that work together to control and repress consciousness. Like the conductor in an orchestra, the default mode network polices the amount of sensory information that enters our sphere of awareness and has been described as the neural correlate of the ego. Silencing this center allows portions of the brain to cross-communicate with sections that otherwise would remain isolated, their signals normally being interrupted by the noise generated by the default mode network itself. Hence, psychedelic success in problem solving and inducing novel modes of thought. According to Giovanni Petri, the primary author of this study, psychedelics create what he called a hyper-connected brain. Indeed, within the psychedelic brain, connections are literally being made by portions of gray matter that do not normally exchange information. Moreover, this act of silencing the brain's central hub also explains the phenomenon of so-called ego death, which is common with large doses of psilocybin and other hallucinogens, including DMT. A similar landmark study conducted by the Beckley Imperial Research Program, published in the April 2016 Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, shows that LSD, like psilocybin and DMT, too decreases communication between the brain regions that make up the default mode network. Dr. Robin Carhart Harris of the Beckley Imperial Research Program explains, quote, "This effect underlies the profound altered state of consciousness that people often describe during an LSD or psilocybin experience. It is also related to what people sometimes call ego dissolution, which means the normal sense of self is broken down and replaced by a sense of reconnection with themselves, others, and the natural world. This experience is sometimes framed in a religious or spiritual way and seems to be associated with involvements and with improvements in well-being after the drug's effects have subsided," end quote. Dr. Carhart Harris notes that the experience is sometimes framed in a religious or spiritual way. This point is significant as there currently exists no standard by which to medically distinguish spontaneously occurring spiritual visions and experiences and those induced by the ingestion of an entheogenic plant, such as magic mushrooms or ayahuasca. As Johns Hopkins Medicine determined in 2006, psilocybin meets all of the criteria for full mystical experience. The same may be said of DMT. Recent research conducted by Jordi Riba at the Autonomous University of Barcelona has also revealed ayahuasca's and thus DMT's effects on mindfulness, a Western psychological term borrowed from Theravada Buddhism. Riba notes that while mindfulness is a complex construct that is difficult to define, it is centered upon qualities that the authors of the study describe as present-centered, non-reactive, characterized by openness, acceptance, and by a non-judgmental stance towards the experience. Riba's team also focused on ayahuasca's effects on an internal faculty called decentering, the ability to view one's thoughts, emotions, and actions from the position of an outside observer. Increasing this capacity, the team suggests, is the goal of mindfulness interventions. Lastly, a study led by Christopher Timmerman from the Center for Psychedelic Research at Imperial College London and published in Scientific Reports revealed that humans under the influence of DMT exhibit decreased alpha brainwave activity associated with waking states, while showing an increase in delta and theta waves. Increased theta wave activity is common to dream states, leading the team to say of DMT, quote, "It's like dreaming, but with your eyes open," end quote. According to Timmerman, quote, "DMT has remarkable effects in human consciousness. Users often report being completely immersed in an alternate dimension and interacting with beings or entities. Our subjects reported having intense visions of geometric landscapes, entering alternate realities, feelings that they were being expanded beyond the limits of their bodies, communicating with entities, and having strong emotional reactions, all within 20 minutes. These experiences are usually described as feeling more real than real and can challenge views people have regarding the nature of reality. This study attempted to understand how these fascinating experiences relate to brain activity recorded with the EEG, which records electrical activity generated by neurons. We found that the states of deep sleep immersion induced by DMT, often described by users as a breakthrough experience, were paralleled by decreases in alpha brain waves, as well as increases in delta and theta brain waves. This is very intriguing because we find similar changes in brainwaves when people are dreaming. It's like daydreaming, only far more vivid and immersive. It's like dreaming, but with your eyes open," end quote. It is here on Timmerman's note of dreaming with our eyes open, that we will wind down our present study. Dreams are the everyday route to what Carl Jung called the collective unconscious, where all of the gods and devils of old still hold sway over our unconscious drives and motivations. There, as in the imagination of an ancient child, the therianthropes, the jinn, the fairies, and the heroes of old are all alive and well, acting out their own dark dilemmas and dramas just behind the backdrop of our skylit mental theaters. It is through the act of dreaming that these archetypes may still be encountered by us today in all of their wet, chthonic radiance. Insofar as the entheogenic experience is like dreaming, but with our eyes open, DMT has the potential to induce a brush with those same archetypal forms, but with eyes wide open, quite unlike a dream, while wholly conscious of one's decisions and experiences. Doesn't that sound like the stuff of myth and magic? To quote once more from McKenna, quote, "The alchemical philosophers were living in a waking dream, and many of their recipes were designed to wipe out the boundaries between waking and sleeping," end quote. DMT and other entheogens have the potential to provide us with that faction. Indeed, in that regard, DMT may quite literally make your dreams come true. And that, brethren, wraps up my presentation. Thank you for having me and listening.
Brother P.D. Newman, thank you very much for being our final speaker this afternoon of our Masonic Esoteric Symposium. You've taken us on a wonderful, arguably magical journey through the last 400 years from Ashmole, Boyle, Hooke, through, and explaining to us about that the symbolism of that little sprig of acacia that's so important in our masonry, and what's behind that. It's not just a symbol of everlasting life. Very, very deep subject that you've introduced us to, and I'm sure we will have some questions in the chat for you. And I do hope that your new book, Angels in Vermilion, the Philosopher's Stone from D to DMT, is such a great success.
Thank you.
So let me just have a look what's in the chat. There's a couple of comments here. There was a comment from our secretary about a program that's on in the UK. I don't know if you've seen it. It's in its third season. I actually just binge watched the final season last week, called The Discovery of Witches, and it has D's mentioned in it. So I would encourage you to Google it, PD, to have a look at how that's been interpreted. And it's all about the missing pages, and there's witches, and it's all that sort of thing. But there's a little stream through that there that I think you'll find very interesting. Stephen O'Donnell asks,
fascinating. We'll check that out.
Kelly's story of finding and acquiring the Book of Dunstable and the 2 balls at an inn, to me, sounds flimsy. Do you have any thoughts on its true origin?
On where they found it?
Yeah.
I really don't. It's pretty clear that because there's 2 or 3 different stories. One's passed down by Fulcanelli, another one is passed down by an Ashmole, and they're different. The one that people tend to think is the most true is the innkeeper story, that he had gotten these from an innkeeper. But even then, the story gets tied back to Dunstan. And Dunstan is an interesting figure himself. He was as a young man, was known to be prone to drinking and just a rowdy life, and eventually became a monk. And when he became a monk, he lived in this tiny, it was in the ruins of Glastonbury, in this tiny little cell, and he would be visited daily by the devil in his chambers. And he was a blacksmith also, so he's connected to alchemy through that. And he's famously said to have used his blacksmith tongs to lead the devil out of his cell by the nose and told him, get out of here, this is where I pray. So he's associated, even after his rowdy young life, with visions, having visions. and with alchemy. So whether or not the actual source is Dunstan, I don't really know. There's at least 2 or 3 different manuscripts that purport to be the Book of Dunstan, none of which seem to have the contents that Kelly hints is within this manuscript. So your guess is as good as mine, really. I tend to lean towards the innkeeper story just because it sounds far more believable than the two spheres. All of that just sounds, even though the sphere is in all those stories, but it sounds so incredible, and it is incredible. You even find it turn up. There's an author, an occultist named Gustav Meyrink, who wrote a story called, he wrote 2 stories, The Golem and Angel of the West Window. And I think it's in the second story where this person believes he's a reincarnation of John Dee and ends up coming into possession of these spheres that he finds that if he burns it as an incense, it causes him to have visions of a goddess and things like that. So it's even fantastic enough that it's found its way into fiction.
There is a not-for-profit, or a charity as we call it here in the UK. It was originally named St Dunstan's, and it came out of the First World War, and it was the organisation that looked after the blind soldiers returning, and it's now called Blind Veterans. So maybe the connection there with why they took St Dunstan's name was about that visionary stuff that they could maybe see through their dreams, albeit they couldn't visually, they were visually impaired. And maybe there is a connection there that I will now go away and look at, because a lot of my interest is in the military one in that time back.
And Dunstan shows up again later with Ashmole, because Ashmole, he's initiated by a name Backhouse, and Backhouse had connections with both Dee and Kelly. Backhouse's father, Samuel Backhouse. William Backhouse was Ashmole's initiator. But in Ashmole's diary, he says that Backhouse had called him to his deathbed, thought he was dying. Now, the place where he went, where Backhouse was lying, is significant because he's at Dunstan's hospital, and he doesn't die. He lives for another, I think, 10 or 15 years. But when Ashmole gets there, he imparts to him the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone, quote, in syllables, is how he says he gave it to him. So in syllables sounds very much like in Masonry, the way we do our words, particularly the passwords. So he says it was revealed in syllables, but it was revealed at Dunstan's. So
no,
even then,
the interconnections. Stephen says, many thanks, Brother PD, excellent answer. There's another comment in there from Brother David Tong. Thank you, brother. It's 4:23 a.m. I'm going to rest. Thank you again. David's been with us all day from Australia, so basically he's been up all night listening to our lockdown symposium. That is dedication. And
Australia, they have lots of acacia down there. The Aborigines use them medicinally. We know. I'm not sure about inebriating contexts, but as I understand it, I think there are hundreds of species just down there. I think that's where they suspect the first acacias came from. In the old botanical books, they call it Oceana.
Mm-hmm. Hasso, you've got your hand up.
Yes. Hello, Brother Newman again.
Hey, good to see you.
You too. A couple of things. Yeah, I think I mentioned this again, but during the times of the witchcraft trials and all that, they used to always mention that the witches used to have toads around them or in their house. And the thing is that toads' backs used to emit DMT, and the witches, they used to lick that.
So there's a toad, the Bufo alvarius.
Yes.
It's been reclassified. I can't remember the current name, but it's the Colorado river toad.
Toad, yes.
Have parotid glands that secrete DMT. We don't have any of those in England. Yeah. But at the same time, these toads in Colorado are endangered. They'll be extinct perhaps before long. So it's not inconceivable that whatever the witches had access to may also be extinct. Maybe there was a toad there that had the same properties.
But the other thing was also Dee and Kelly made a journey to Bohemia, King Rudolph's court, and that's where they sort of decided to do a wife swap to sort of finally connect up, which really broke up Dee's and Kelly's partnership as such after that. But it's very interesting.
And resulted in Dee's wife getting pregnant with Kelly's baby.
Yes, but also another thing was that the Elias Ashmole image you showed with the Chemicum book on the side, on the left. If you look at the bust of Elias Ashmole, right at the bottom, you'll see the glyph of John Dee. If you look at it, so you just presented that on one of your slides.
Yeah, I think that's the frontispiece for Prolegomena.
So it's got that John Dee's glyph on there, so which is quite interesting. So he marked that out as well as a identification or as a homage to John Dee.
Yeah, absolutely.
So great. I think I'll just manage to locate your last copy of your book on Amazon. Of course, I'll order that one.
Fantastic.
Great. Thank you very much.
It's good to see you again.
Stephen Donald just comes back and says to you, be sure and plant those broom seeds, Brother PD. The broom plant, i.e. witch's broom, is also a member of the Acacia family. You see, so.
He sent me some broom seeds that I'm going to plant. I'm waiting till March when I can put them in the ground, but I'm going to see if they'll grow out here. We don't have broom.
Well, Stephen lives up the north of Scotland, up Grampian Murray Way, and when the broom's in bloom, it's a beautiful sight, you see. So
I look forward to seeing it. Thank you again, Stephen, man. It's good to hear from you.
So, Brother PD Newman, thank you for concluding our second annual Masonic Esoteric Lockdown Symposium. Next year we will host it again, but it will still be online, but hopefully it won't be the lockdown version because we'll be back to some sort of normal. And Brian, can I just quickly recap and say on behalf of the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee, a huge thank you to Brother Stewart Clelland, who opened up this meeting this afternoon with the Esotericism of Sir Richard Francis Burton. And very important to us because Sir Richard Francis Burton was a member of this lodge when we met in India way back in the day when we were formed in the mid-1800s. He was followed by Brother Angel Millar, who talked about the crescent and the compass, and he explored some of the historical links between Muslim thinkers and Masonic spiritual radicals from the 1850s through to the early 1900s. People who may have come across Burton himself and had conversations with him. Brother Peter Taylor, just before our break, took us to Holland and the famous painting The Wayfarer by Hieronymus Bosch, and he talked to us about the symbolism within that and took us through that story. After the break, we welcomed again from the United States, Brother Joe Martinez, who took us to Egypt, and probably that time where the first introduction that any of us got into any form of spirituality or symbolism when we were taught at primary school about the pharaohs and the pyramids, but at that time we didn't know what it actually meant. And Joe talked to us about the Siren mythos and its connection to Freemasonry. And then, as we've just heard, that wonderful insight into the stories all around the Philosopher's Stone from D through to DMT. And I'm not encouraging you all to run out and get that powder burn. We need to get back to our Freemasonry. But PD, what a fantastic way to round off our second conference. Thank you all. Thank you to everyone who has attended this afternoon for the last 4.5 hours. And for those who watch this on YouTube in the months ahead, please enjoy the daily advancement. Just before closing, Brian, we do go back to normal masonry at the Lodge Hope of Kurrachee in February, after having my tenure as the Master of the Lodge being extended by nearly 2 years because of this COVID pandemic. I very much look forward to handing over to the chair to Brother Kevin Thompson on the, just double check, the 19th of February, Brian. And I will be without a Master's collar for less than 4 weeks as I go back to the chair of my mother lodge for our centenary year +1 that was cancelled. So if you are in the UK and you can come along please come along to Rosyth that day. And Brian, Tuesday coming, our penultimate lockdown lecture will be on the freedom fighters of South America. That's Tuesday at 7 o'clock UK time, Brian. PD, the rest of our speakers, thank you so much for helping us out this afternoon. And to all our guests, thank you for being here and taking your daily advancement with us. And particular thanks to my section and immediate past, who's just come up on the screen, for the support that he's given. Brian, have a great weekend, and I shall now close the meeting. Good evening, Brian.
Gordon, thank you very much for all your work
So
for the
much.
last 100 weeks as well, and for our second symposium. Thank you very much, Gordon, for leading us throughout the last 2 years as well.
Thanks, Gordon. It's been great. Cheers.
Good evening. Perfect.
Gordon, thank you so very much. It's been absolutely wonderful.
Cheers, Gordon.
Yes.
Perfect afternoon. Good for education.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon, for the
That was
invitation, and I look forward to one day maybe seeing you face to face. Up in
One day,
Scotland.
Hassel, one day.
God bless. Cheers.
Cheers, Gordon. Thanks for everything and thanks for all the hard work.
Cheers, Steve. Cheers.
That's a fantastic.
Okay, Brian,
afternoon.
thank you.
Thanks
I
very
will
much.
close the meeting now. See you all soon in this virtual world of ours. Good night.
Right, brother. Good night, Gordon.